Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Welcome, welcome. How we all doing, boys and girls? How we all doing? How we doing? I'm thinking for the purpose of the boomers, I need to set a time limit on the boomers. Methinks. So everybody is aware exactly how long you've got to grab the coin, because at the moment, it just goes until somebody wins. How is everybody doing today, though? We all good? How did people's reset day go? Reset day Wednesday for us over in the EU's reset day. Reset day is always a more profitable day, at least if you give the auction house a little bit of attention. In a weird sense, I know I said I was probably going to stream a little bit more yesterday. I ended up just sitting down leveling my character. It was way too hot, so I did it passively in the background. 529,000 gold yesterday. That is some good results right there, considering we are now like a million miles away from patch 9.0. That is some pretty impressive numbers for a single day's worth of sales. GG. Big congrats on that one. Really after that bomb. Oh, you're going to blow yourself up. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oops. Right, well, let's switch over. Boomers has been up for like nearly 10 minutes at this point, so let's switch over. We got stuff to do. Let's get rocking and rolling. It is time for me to introduce you to my new bank character. We've finally got our new bank character up to level 48. They are going to be not only our bank character, but also our enchanter. Let me just very quickly make an adjustment to the channel point thingies, so people don't accidentally burn their hard-earned. Introducing, I tune in, I spawn, boomer's gone. Sorry. I'm I just said, I think I'm gonna have to set like a time, like a countdown timer for boomers or something, so that everybody knows that boomers lasts for this long. If you can grab the coin, then VIP is yours for the day. Otherwise, we have to move on. Ping was 2 minutes ago. How damn fast do you want people to be? Twitch notification squad. No, I know. Well, I was thinking of putting maybe if people want to play a game of boomers towards the end of the stream or something, possibly. We'll see. But welcome in, no Doritos. No, some people will understand the meme. No Doritos is our new bank character. I got them up to level 49 yesterday. Dinged 48. Did the more intro quest for what feels like the 9,000th time. Never got a notification from Twitch that a streamer went live. This is probably why Discord is the best place to be if you want the notifications, because at least you get them on Discord. Twitch is... in fact, to be fair, most social media sites are just dog doo-doo when it comes to actually sending out notifications, but what are you going to do? About 70% of that came from enchanting Reset the Market. Oh, damn. 529,000 gold of enchants. That's a lot of enchants. Considering the average price of an enchant is what, like 200 gold? That's a lot of enchants. GG. But yeah, new bank character to make things a little bit more streamlined. This now means that we can have the two bank characters open at the same time, which is a big bonus. Tenants selling for 550 gold a piece. That's ludicrous. That shouldn't be a thing. That shouldn't be a thing. To be honest, Discord's pretty dog doo-doo as well. I'm just on Discord all day. Well, I guess I guess this is why Discord works so well for streamers and that sort of stuff, right? Because it's a platform that's very much tailored towards. I mean, didn't Discord originate as, you know, like a competitor to TeamSpeak for gamers that was like free and not shit. So I suppose. But yeah, so this character's got its own separate account, which means we can now be multi-realm auctioning, which is cool. All of our main actual characters to play the game on are still pretty much on one realm, but having our auction houses split up on different accounts is going to be a massive advantage come patch 9.1. For sure. But first and foremost, whilst we let people filter in, we'll get our Facebook gaming out of the way, because of course we need to get Facebook gaming as a priority. TeamSpeak uses less computer resources though, that's why it's better in some situations. I mean, if your computer can't run Discord in the background, it's probably at that point difficult to lay the blame on Discord. I mean, it's basically an internet relay chat. Discord has got significantly worse. Every update it gets slightly worse. I mean, it depends on how you look at it, right? Like, it uses system resources for the most part because it's doing more things and offering more things to you. Like, updates have to go somewhere. Most people in today's age would probably prefer the update, you know? I don't know, maybe it's just me. Computer hardware is constantly changing though. Like, buying a computer nowadays feels very much similar to like buying a car. Like, it's worth half as much 10 minutes after you've bought the damn thing. If you go out there and you buy a fancy new CPU, or you buy yourself one of the latest graphics cards, within less than 6 months, that thing is worth half the price. Apart from, I mean, I know computer hardware is not so much anymore, but in terms of the fact that the speed of which technology is progressing. Then you're doing it wrong. My PC went up in value. Well, yeah, if you've got 12 graphics cards in your PC, then that's going to be the case, isn't it? Because you've got the monopoly on graphics cards in Belgium by the sounds of things. Bought close to 50,000 lightless on NA. Go on, people are listening. Finally, people are listening. If you're playing on the NA realm, lightless silk is free. Go get it. Go get it while it's hot. Nah, not quite a monopoly. You've got more graphics cards than you have governments at this point, surely. I've only spent about 45k on GPUs. But the taxman hasn't got a clue what's going on. Right, let's get... has everybody finished their missions? Everybody's finished their missions. Lovely stuff. Do we have just metric tons of free anima kicking about? Not really. These are just annoying missions. Where's the big juicy ones? Alright then, well, let's get the bonus XP ones out of the way first then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Win. Off you go. Bonus XP ones first, then we do anima missions. Bank must be pretty confused. I would imagine so. Any more? Oh, there we go. Bonus XP. This is a level 36 mission. That's odd. They're usually 37. Either way, I'll take it. Do we want augment runes or do we want pet charms? Augment runes or pet charms? Well, we might be able to do both, you know. We might be able to do both. Let's go augment runes, sorry, because, you know, they're both 50 anima, but this is more experience, so more is better, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go. Rocking and rolling. All my missions are like 10 levels higher than my companions. Not sure what I did wrong. It's a common thing that if you power through the campaign a little bit too fast, you might slow yourself down a little bit, because the adventure campaign progress doesn't really care so much about what level your companions are. I mean, they did tweak it after the beginning of Shadowlands, so that there's always some low-level missions, but you may find that you burn through them pretty quickly if you've not been keeping your companions up. This is why until my companions are maxed out on XP, my primary focus will be on, XP per hour. Plus, if you've sent a few dudes out on missions, you literally just wait 20 minutes and come back, and the list will have refreshed. I don't know exactly how long it is between like refreshes of missions, but I've noticed that to be a thing. The bank definitely thinks I'm selling drugs. Bit of money goes off my account a week later. I stand in front of the bank with a package and give it to him whilst putting a big pile of cash on my bank account. Yeah, kind of look. You're doing the gaming equivalent of selling drugs. Yeah. Hey mate, want to buy Bitcoin? Want to buy Bitcoin? Bit for Ethereum? Cheeky bit for Ethereum. Got some Doge? Want some Doge? Dodgy games. Dodgy games. Hey dude, want to buy some FPS? Yeah, exactly. Can I buy an ounce of your finest FPS, please? See anything you like. Flegro, how we doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see ya. Yeah, it's easy to it's easy to look dodgy in that scenario, I'd imagine. Can't believe I genuinely got an upgrade off the mission table. That's gross. Still getting upgrades off the mission table. Because we don't play the real game. Oh, there's another crate down here. There's a mining cache. A hero's mining cache that I just genuinely never opened. Another one. Oh, it's a bonesmith satchel. That doesn't matter. I'll tell you what. Getting the mission table up and running, it's starting to feel a little bit Garrison-like, these like free materials from every angle. Starting to feel very Garrison-like. IPM's too addictive. I've been logging on and off characters all afternoon yesterday. See, you want to kind of get yourself into that rhythm, right? You want to get yourself into the rhythm, because the default, like the mission duration is like 4 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, that sort of stuff. There should be, like, if you do them all quickly, you should then have like a good 4 hours to not look at it, and you should be fine. But I'm very impressed with this little add-on. I mean, it does nothing overly complicated, but it just goes to prove that sometimes a simple little add-on can make the world of difference. World of difference. As I now know that logging on to these characters, I've got all of these missions. I can see the I can see the reward. Oh, yeah, I'm liking it. It's good. And I know that there's still 3 missions that I haven't completed yet. Oh, it's so good. It's called IPM. I can't even remember what the flippin' hell it stands for again. Something mission. I can't remember. In progress missions. That's the one. I remember now. In progress missions. Just gives you this big old list of which characters are doing what, and it's wonderful, wonderful. I'm not making more commands for every single add-on I use. I'll do one of those, typical content creator, typical streamer videos of like, these are the add-ons that I use. I tend to prefer to, just highlight an add-on in a video rather than go, these are the 12 add-ons I use, 9 of them which you already know about. Right, let's jump into character number 2. I really want to get my 4.11 TSM profile finished today. That's my main goal. I was thinking about jumping on the PTR for a bit, but from what I can gather, Diddly Squat has changed on the PTR. So when I've got stuff to do on retail, I think I'll prioritise stuff on retail, unless I know for a fact there's something happening on the PTR. I was really hoping... I'm amazed we haven't been given a release date. I was genuinely expecting a release date for 9/1, but what are you going to do, you know? We're a couple of weeks into TBC. We're getting closer and closer to July, like literally every day. I find it incredible we haven't had a release date yet. Still no way for us to realistically make Legos on the PTR. Not really, no. Unless they start putting materials on a vendor, which is not in Blizzard's fashion to make it simple for testing that sort of stuff. I genuinely don't think that anybody will be making legendaries on the PTR. I don't know how they plan on testing the power of them at ranks 5 and 6s. The only thing I think they will probably do is just put the rank 5 and 6 base items on the PTR and throw in a a Soul Cinders vendor. That's the only way they can do it, really. Because obviously I guess they don't really want to, have to rely on people to actually craft the items on the PTR. But yeah, no idea how they're gonna balance the powers of the legendaries once they're all item level. What was it? What was it? 1, 6? No, shit. What was rank 6 legendary? 262? 262, I think they were. Some really random number. That's why I can't remember them. Oh, that lovely Kyrian mission table. Kyrian are fucking useless. Absolutely terrible. 15 missions deep. Got 5 more missions to do. My companions are in the 30s, 33, 32, virtually all on the same level, in the 30s, and still struggle with the campaign missions, which is gross. Is it worth changing from Kyrian to Night Fae? No, because then you've got to level up your companions again. This is going to be the big problem, right? This is going to be a huge problem for anybody that switches Covenants at any point. That if you've spent 6 months of Shadowlands getting your companions to like level 60, then you change Covenant in the next patch. Say goodbye to all of those companions, you know? Somebody said the Vestige recipe is no longer locked behind a reputation. There's a bit of miscommunication going on with that. The Vestige of Origins recipe comes from an item called the Tome of Origins. The Tome of Origins only appears on the reputation vendor once you've completed a campaign mission for it. So if you continue on with the campaign on the PTR, you complete a mission and then it appears on the vendor again. And you still, even when it appears on the vendor, you still need Honoured and you still need to buy it with Stygia, I think. So it's the fact that it kind of disappears for people that is causing confusion. I don't know why Blizzard's done that. Why they can't just, say that you need to have completed this quest to get it, I don't know, but just need week 2 of the campaign now. Well, it's basically got 2 time gates on it, right? There's the rep grind and there's the quest gate, so it's a double bubble sort of 2 levels of gatekeeping. I got the tome directly as a quest reward from the 4th campaign chapter. No rep needed for me. That was last week on the PT. Oh, really? Oh, well, that's different. Well, that's how's that gonna work though for people that complete that campaign chapter who haven't leveled their legendaries yet? Is it then going to be? How does that work? That seems really odd that they just give it to you and then it will be on the vendor. Oh, so maybe it's yeah, what if you don't have professions, you complete the campaign? I guess you just have to have, completed that chapter of the campaign on your account and then it will show up. Fucking unnecessary systems, man. Just put it on the pissing vendor. I don't see why Blizzard make things so unnecessarily complicated. Why does it need to be invisible until you can, it's just odd. Get why it's hard to make it clear from a UI UX standpoint, but they really should have, yeah. Since we all get it at the same time now. No need to have it on the vendor, you just get it week 2 now. Or you just get it when you complete the campaign quest. But if you just, like I said, surely that's going to just cause issues though. Because if you then later in the patch want to start leveling up your professions and legendaries, are you then going to need to buy it from the vendor after you've done? I don't know. Whatever. That's not my job. It's not my job. Just be on curve. Just get it from the quest. GG. Right. Let's focus on this. Bonus XP missions. 1. Let's get these dudes on a mission. Go. 37 mission. These are gross. I ignore them because they're nearly impossible to complete. Although, saying that, yeah, they're nearly impossible to complete when my companions are being stupid dupers. If you've still not even got a profession that can craft Legos in 9.1, you're not likely to start making them. When all of the videos go out and all of the live streamers display just how filthy rich they're getting off legendaries, I can guarantee people will want to start making them. FOMO will kick in regardless. If you're crazy enough to do it, then the item's on the vendor for you. Yeah, I suppose. It'll all be fine. It'll all be fine. Yeah, can't guarantee victory, so not happening. Let's see if we've got 7 dudes. Can we just get them on something constructive? A bit of gear? Ha! A bit of gear that's an upgrade. Oh, I love getting upgrades from the mission table. That makes me giggle. Who needs to play the game when you got Facebook to play? Who needs to play the game when you can just play the Facebook version of it? Genius. Absolute genius. For reference, boys and girls, if you hear some weird, wacky noises in the background, it's my wife's sister has come round to clean the windows. As crazy as that sounds, it's a thing. Can you just not make any legendary videos then yet? I haven't leveled a single one. Can't guarantee that one, unfortunately. Cannot guarantee that. There is a strong likelihood that I might be making some more videos on that. I mean, it is without doubt my favourite topic of conversation. So what's a good price to buy the lightless silk? How long is a piece of string? There's no real defining number that you can put against that, but it's safe to say if you play on the NA realms right now, that Lightless Silk being under like a few gold a piece is an instant buy, almost regardless, because what have you got to lose when it's that cheap? But on the EU right now, it's a little bit more difficult to gauge because the average price of Lightless Silk is like 15 gold or something on the EU, maybe even more than that, probably 20, 25 gold. So you got to kind of tread with a little bit more caution. There's somewhat of a, I guess you could call it a symbiotic relationship between Lightless Silk and shards, sacred shards, because the most common way for people to manufacture the sacred shards for enchanting is through crafting Shadow Lace cuffs. So your Lightless Silk and your Shrouded Cloth, plus a bit of vendor mats. I can't remember the exact numbers, but do the maths on it. It's in the spreadsheet. Feel free to use the spreadsheet to check it out. 286,000 gold in the EU. Get wrecked. Oh my god, it worries me, right? Because I need to buy a few tokens. I've I've pretty much burnt through most of my Blizzard balance doing silly things. Meaning before too long, I'm going to actually have to start using gold again. 286,000 gold for a single token in the EU. 7 levels of gross. Is my microphone effing again? I can't tell. My OBS seems to be either froze or locked up or something. It's fine for me. No, it's working okay. Is the stream good? My OBS is lagging like a biatch. Huh. Please hold. Let me check Task Manager real quick. My CPU is absolutely going mental. Why is it doing that? Is this account running at like max graphical settings in the background? I think it is. That's probably half the problem. Alright, Villegro, rein it in. Fucking hell. Reminds me of the 350k token back in Legion. Oh, that was crazy. See, we are so close to that. I tell you what, like, we are so close to that again. No, you can holster that, fella. Put the gun down. Step away from the computer. You want to buy some more CPU cores? I genuinely do. Let's make sure this... Yeah, this one running on... My bank character running on full graphic settings. Yeah, I don't think that needs to be a thing, does it, really? Let's fix that real quick. Max background FPS. We'll take that down a little bit and all. There we go. That might give my computer a bit of a break. 5800X was on sale on Amazon last week. Even considering upgrading my 3800X. Yeah, it's going to be difficult to not go AMD for the next upgrade. I feel, from a CPU perspective, anyway. Intel just don't have the advantage anymore. Not even close. Double bonus XP missions though. I'll take those. Anything good from this point on? Let's see if we can just bang out these anima missions. These are pretty easy. Especially being Night Fate. It's a bit cheat mode almost. Oh, this is a 37 mission. This one might cause us some problems. You just have to go AMD now, especially as a streamer. Yeah, multi-core, anything multi-core. I mean, rendering videos, streaming. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to not go AMD, to be honest. Where did all the... We got niced with a couple of bonus XP missions, and then the rest of them are trash. Stack dudes on this one. There we go. One fella left. Easy game gold mission. Sure. What a waste. But it's all good. Next. GPUs is at least choice again. AMD bringing out a new best GPU in their lineup as well. I've not really kept much of an eye on it. I know they've brought out something that's meant to, you know, piss all over the 3900. Or the 3090, sorry. Mixing up my numbers. Something Nvidia has never done. It's basically a TI of their top card. Makes sense. Trash mission shall trash have. Wow, you're a poet and you didn't know it. Damn, I'm on fire today. I can tell the hangover's gone, Vallegro. Come on, game. Why be so slow? There we go. Right. Facebook gaming's almost gone. Oh, you can? It's just a... I don't know, just a feeling I got, really. Just a feeling. Right, so... Oh, we've been nice again. A couple of bonus XP ones, and they're easy ones. Absolutely... Oh, hang on. We've got no followers to send them on. Wow, this is an odd situation to be in. Bonus XP missions, but no companions to send on them. Well, well, well. Haha. And a bunch of anima missions. Wow, it's definitely a good day to be Vent here. Apparently. Why is this dude so low? Why are these fellas only 26? Oh, these were probably the last two I got from Torghast. That would make sense. 13 hours still for this one, so we can smash that out later today. Two fellas left. Let's try and get something easy out of the way. If we can get these anima, can we use one of each of them to get these anima tokens? Go on, you would. You would. Nice. Cooking on gas. Cooking on gas. Spent like 18 hours on the couch yesterday. That's the best way to spend a hangover. Horizontal on a couch. Drinking lots of coffee. Absolutely the best way. Right, that was genuinely the quickest Facebook gaming session we've ever done, I think. I'm highly impressed with myself. The opportunity for anima, let's take a little browse about. What's this 175 mission kicking about? That's tempting to go and do. There's a couple of 175 missions. Oh, 1.8k worth of anima kicking about, even on a Lobby character. I'm really tempted to just do some anima sweeps. Once I think we've got the basics out of the way, we might look at doing that today. But what we've got to do now is finish this TSM profile and get all of these auctions up on this new account. I need to become way more optimal with what I'm doing. Have I set up... Oh, I tell you what I haven't done, is I haven't actually even synchronized these accounts yet. That's a mistake. Let's log on to Torin Mill. There's no elite quests for 250 anima. Yeah. Even when you start getting your covenant up a little bit though, even without those, you kind of get that itch to go out and gather some. Slept through like 75% of your stream. I can honestly say, can't honestly say if it was because of the content or your hangover, while I can absolutely categorically guarantee that it was because of the hangover. Because this content is top notch, my friend. Top notch. Nothing but the best. Simply the best. Bit of Tina Turner on the go. Stop lies now. Outrageous behaviour. Oh, the coffee's cold. Gonna need more coffee. How are people getting on with TSM 4.11 though? I'm assuming a bunch of you guys have got it up and running and have been playing with it. How have you found it so far? Any significant bugs or issues that you've come across? It's alright, just need to refresh it every now and then because of the TSM errors. Yeah, it's difficult when those errors just randomly pop up because you're like, well, how do I report this? Because I didn't do anything and an error popped up. So it's like, well, I don't know what caused the error. It's sometimes pretty difficult to actually, you know, give the TSM devs an accurate report of why the error happened. I'm hoping they just look at the code and they're like, oh, it tried to do this in the background and then died. I'm hoping they, you know, can work with that, but only time will tell. So we need to synchronize our accounts together so that everything gets shared. Name of the logged in character on the other account. No Doritos. Is that how I spelt it? Hang on, please hold. No Doritos. No Doritos, that's the way. No Doritos, go. What's the name of this character? I can't even remember my character names. More importantly, I can't remember exactly how they're spelled. Boom. There we go. Let's see if these pair together now. Wicked stuff. Updating, updating, updating. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Just, you know, do your work. Do the magic. Let's get going. TSM 4.11 seems to be working okay for me, although had some issues with crafting costs being wrong somewhere, like we discussed the other day. Oh, it crashed. Goddamn. Yeah, the crafting cost things are all over the place right now. It's more of a case of the fact that they're not updating when you change something. So if you're adding like optional reagents to the mix, it's just not updating the crafting numbers for some reason. I think they're very aware about that one, and it's probably something they're working on. But if you're yeah, it means that if you're setting up operations to craft specifically 168 gear, for example, and you're specifically only trying to craft it when it's profitable, that it's looking at the wrong numbers when trying to work out whether it's profitable or not, which is quite an issue. Quite an issue, that is true to be said. But fortunately, if you're anything like me who doesn't really care too much about whether it's profitable or not when it comes to crafting, you can kind of get around that by just, you know, just craft everything anyway. To just craft some of everything and then sell it at a profitable point. And if you don't sell it, then you don't have to remake it again. It's the same for profit, shows negative in the crafting window, and then in the bags it shows it as profitable. Yeah, the numbers are a little bit doolally at the moment in that regard. See, another random error occurred out of seemingly nowhere. I didn't even do anything, I literally just did a reload. Let's do a reload again. It may be sensible to do a reload over here as well. Reload both the windows, you know, hopefully try and let it synchronize in the background. That's an error from the account sync. Yeah, I'm assuming it's the thing. Whatever account synchronization it's doing in the background, it like sometimes spazzes out. I tend to find if I reload like all instances at sort of the same time, it tends to, you know, trundle through it without breaking. But my god, the game hangs like a beast when it does it. Right. We seem to have been able to refresh both without an error. Is it... Oh, no. We open the window and then it errors out. Okay. Is it because it's still... Yeah, it's still updating the profession info. That's... That seems to be the one that it struggles with. Inventory, gold graph, purchase and sale info seems to be fine. But synchronizing profession info, it seems to have a little bit more trouble with. Maybe I can help it out a little bit by opening the profession windows over here. So it's got some, I don't know, like a recent version of the cached recipes or whatever, maybe. I don't know. I'm guessing at this point. I mean, this in theory could just actually be doing the opposite. It could be making it worse, but... I'll do one last reload and then I won't touch it for a minute. Do you know what exactly is cleared when you clear all data? No clue. I would hope all. my educated guess would be all. What's cleared? All of it. But yes, I don't know what that it is. Right. Let's just leave it for a minute. Let's hope it doesn't break. I'll use this opportunity to quickly go grab a drink because my coffee's not only cold, it is non-existent. So I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. And then we'll finally take a bit of a deep dive and try and finalize this TSM profile. Maybe get it something that can be distributed out publicly as well. Back in 2 minutes. Alrighty, let's go. I like seeing my overall sales for the past 2 years, but I legitimately cannot play anymore due to syncing lag on one character. For my understanding, when you do the clear all in TSM, to give you a slightly more accurate answer than my meme answer, your graph I think stays the same, but it's this sales data. All the sales data, all the purchase data, all of that just gets purged. Just deleted, goes out the window. Your graph still stays the same though. So it's not going to reset your graph or anything like that, but this is basically the only thing that maintains. If you do the delete all or like clear all past data, purge all the data, all of your sales history for any items, everything is just gone. It resets all of the numbers to 0. But I tend to think if you're a bit of a power user of TSM, you should probably be doing that at least once every 90 days. Otherwise, yeah, you are going to have a pretty large database of numbers constantly synchronizing in the background. However, the graph is affected if you select the forget character. Oh yeah, maybe. I don't know how it's going to affect the TSM ledger though. If you, on the website, I don't know if that entirely gets its information from the database that is created in game or what. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how that does its thing, but okay, now it's claiming that everything's up to date. Both inventory, gold graph, profession info, all of that sort of jazz. Should be Gucci, he says, in theory. So that should mean we can basically get up and running. Hopefully it will know the crafting cost of everything now, or at least from professions that character has. I'm just thinking from the point of view of, does it know... Have I even set up operations on anything here? Maybe we just have to start at the beginning again. You might have noticed that I've made a new profile on this account and just called it Shadowlands Master. This is going to be the one that I just try and keep the same on all of my accounts going forward. That's the one thing that I really struggle with TSM and using multiple accounts. The fact that I end up with different profiles of TSM on different accounts, and it drives me insane. It's probably because I'm just not organised enough. But like, for example, on this account now, I've just got... I mean, it's not as bad as it was because I purged them pretty frequently, but I've got like a default profile, a Shadowlands profile, a TSM 4. I've got too many little profiles, and I can never remember which one I'm meant to be using. And I'll update something in one of them, and then I'll switch to... It just annoys me. The fact it doesn't actually sync properly is really bad. Yeah. I would love to just have one profile for TSM that I could set up properly. I have a different profile for each crafter. See, I pretty much roll by having my crafting profile and then a auctioning profile, which for the most part was because I wanted to optimize the profiles for those specific purposes, right? So when it comes to crafting, I could just have everything in a big old group and just say, yeah, just craft it when it's profitable, 100 gold or whatever, bang, off you go. But then when it comes to selling stuff, I then want to sell those different things based on different criteria. So my group setup and group structure was different between crafting and selling. But then that means that I'm constant, like when people are like, well, can I see your groups and setup? It's like, sure, but do you want to see it from a crafting perspective or an auctioning perspective? This is also one of the big reasons why, for the most part, I don't give out my groups and my profiles and stuff. I'll make a default setup and you guys can have that, but I do a backup of my groups and operations in a Google Doc so I can keep track of what's more recent. See, that's just a level of organisation I just don't possess. That's the biggest problem, right? I'm just not that organised. Maybe just make a shortcut from profile to the other accounts folder. Problem solved using the same profile. Shortcut in Windows. I really don't think that works, does it? That sounds like too much of a big brain play for that to actually work. male for the vaccination. First one or second one? I can't remember. How zoomer are you? If you're zoomer enough to obviously not have the first at the moment, I guess. Both? Oh, nice. Congratulations. Good, good, good. Right, let's see if... let's just go through this as logically as I can and start putting some numbers to stuff. In regards to legendaries, selling legendaries, I've created a couple of subgroups under each rank for each like material type, simply so that I can dump items in these and have a different operation on stuff that I just want to purge. So if I've power leveled something and I just want to recoup costs and I'm not too fussed about selling at a profit, I can have like a purge group, which is what I will probably use for the most part whilst I'm leveling things up. So we can assign things into the groups in two ways. One, based on just how many of them that I have. Where's LST gone? Not LVI, goddamn. This character, where's... Why have I not got any add-ons turned on? I need a bunch of things. I need legendary stock tracker, that's the one I need. Go. Second vaccination on the 2nd of July. Happy AF. I've got my second one booked. I can't remember when it is though. In fact, I have the piece of paper here that tells me. 30th of August is my second vaccination. So if you don't see me streaming in September, you know I died. There we go. So we can probably use a bit of a combination of LST. Oh no, because this is not going to be populated with numbers yet. Okay. Okay. Alright, well let's go by a simple theory that we want to sell everything with legendaries at a profit to begin with. For now. The sellout group should then have separate customized operations, which I think I've started to make. You see, I started making a whole bunch of this yesterday, and then I realised it's way too late and I need to go to bed. Send data from your crafter and boom. But the problem is I don't think the data on my crafter is correct either. What does this do? This base legendaries sellout operation for rank 1s is based on the crafting price minus 5 times my Lego discount. Ah, I know what I was doing now. Okay, so I'm using custom price sources here to basically, I guess you could consider it a way to buy the experience needed for leveling up legendaries. So, for example, on with tailoring right now, or on any profession in general, to be honest, you can see that you have this experience bar. This is a way for me to quote-unquote buy this experience, right? How much of a discount, how much am I willing to spend on each point of this experience? And I can put a finite number to that. And so by offering a discount off the crafting price is basically the same as, you know, buying these experience points. So you'll craft the item, you'll sell the legendary at a value under what it cost you to craft it, based on, you know, how many experience points you got for crafting it. So you'll see then. You can see this is a 5 times because it's rank 1. You get 5 experience points for crafting a rank 1. I've got the same operation but duplicated with 10 times the Lego discount because you get 10 experience points for crafting a rank 2. and then you get 15 experience points for crafting a rank 3. So I'll offer a greater level of discount on a rank 3 simply because, you know, every time I craft one and sell one, I'm gaining 15 experience points over, you know, the default. And then what I can do is I can customize this on the fly using the custom price source. So the custom price source is, at the moment, I just set it to an arbitrary number, 200 gold. That's probably, this is where actually having different discounts for the different professions might be sensible, which is what I did, but it means that I'm going to have a weird setup for this is going to mean I have to use a lot more operations, but at the moment 200 gold is what I'll pay for every single point of experience. So there's what so there's 450 experience you need to unlock rank 4. Multiply that by 200 gold a piece. 90,000 gold would be what it would cost me. I would be willing to spend 90,000 gold leveling up a single legendary to rank 4, which is probably a number that I'm happy with for leatherworking, for example, but for tailoring that's too expensive. Because I gotta think about, well, just how quickly could I recuperate that cost by having and selling legendaries after, you know. So for if it only costs you 90,000 gold to level up a leatherworking slot to rank 4, that's probably not bad. But for tailoring, it probably needs to be less. Probably needs to be less. It probably could do with being like half that, to be honest. What I also need to do in the operation actually is give it a fallback option in case this number goes negative. We want something like take the larger of the numbers, and it's going to be this or 1 gold. So if this happens to go into a negative number accidentally, which is fine to do by the way, it will revert to 1 gold. Yeah, that makes sense. This is still not a perfect solution though. I know what I'm trying to do, but it's not as succinct as I would like it. It means I might have to make sellout operations for each of the ranks, for each of the... Oh, that's gross. I don't want to do that. That goes totally against why you have operations in the first place. I like this, but it can be better. I like this, but it can be better. The question is how can it be better? How can I make this dynamic for each of the armor pieces? What can I base it on that's dynamic? Not anything easily. No, we're going to just have to go this way. This is just going to have to do. I mean, in theory, you could set the Lego discount to 0, and then this end bit just doesn't exist. I get it. Wonder how much it would cost a new player to level all leather legendaries to 4. On most realms, it's somewhere between 7 to 10 million, yeah. 15, not 10. Thank you. Yeah, somewhere between 7 to 10 million is would be the upfront expenditure to get everything to rank 4. But of course, you're then gonna have like 500 legendaries to sell to recuperate as much of that as you can. Feel sorry for them because it won't actually really sell now. This is the problem, right? This is the problem. This is why I've been advocating for people to, you know, do it sooner rather than later. Because the earlier you started leveling up your legendaries, the greater the opportunity you have of selling them profitably. The longer you wait, the more difficult it gets. Don't feel sorry for them. Not everybody should be able to do everything. That's true. That's true. Yeah, considering the only barrier to entry is literally the cost of it, I guess it becoming more difficult the longer you wait is only an advantage to those that didn't wait, you know? So now we can override the auctioning operation for just the sellout group to be sellout rank 1. This can be sellout rank 2. And this can be sellout rank 3. We can put the groups, we can put the items from these groups into the sellout group whilst they are still a thing. But once we level that thing up to rank 4, likelihood is we'll move it out of the sellout group and stop selling it at a discount, in which then it will revert back to the default auctioning operation, which we haven't assigned. Have I not made a default legendary operation yet? I think I did make one. What is it? What is it? 110% crafting. Well, there we go. Doesn't need to be much more fancy than that. It would probably be sensible for me to put a fail-safe number in here, just in case my crafting operations go doolally at some point. Not that I think they should or would, but do we want to throw in a 80% market price or something? Just not that I want it to use the market price ever, but just, you know, kind of a fallback option. A plan B, or if my crafting price goes doolally, then I would probably want to know about it by the fact that the items this price becomes invalid. Actually, I think leaving it just as crafting is probably more sensible. I don't think I need a fallback option on that. I think that works fine. So by the time we get something to rank 4, as long as we make 10% profit on it, GG. I suppose, do we want to put a fallback option of a minimum value of gold? Do we want to... Do we want to do minimum gold value? Do we want to ensure ourselves that every time we sell a legendary we make at least a certain amount of gold? And if we're not making that certain amount of gold, regardless of the crafting, because on tailoring, for example on tailoring, if I'm not making like 1,000 gold profit, it's like virtually not worth my time or effort. Like buying the materials, getting them, it's just not worth it, is it? Kind of feel like I want to put a solid gold value in here. Because this is the operation that's in place, you know, once we're leveled up and we're just like in production mode. That's not easy to do here though. No, we'll just leave it at that. That's fine. Why is it divided by 0.95? Shouldn't it be times by 0.95? No, it should be divided by 0.95. This ensures that you take into consideration the 5%. This basically means that after it sells and the auction house takes the 5% cut, I will still make 10% profit. I'm passing the cost. I'm passing that 5% on to the buyer, rather than having that 5% auction house fee taken out of my profits. This is correct. So, for example, I'll do it with an easy number, so you can see why. If you take a number 100, if it costs you 100 gold to make something, what's the minimum price you want to sell it for? Well, 110% of crafting would be 110. But if I sell it for 110, the auction house is then going to take 5% of that 110 away. But if I divide 100 by 0.95, it gives me a really weird number, 105.26. But if I sell something for 100, that then becomes my minimum price, right? So by the time the auction house takes 5% of that number, it brings me back to 100. It's a seriously common mistake I see. And I've even gone as far as doing a video about it. It's a seriously common mistake I see. People having their minimum price operations with a multiplied by. But look what happens if you do multiplied by. You are actually doubly fucking yourself. So if it costs you 100 gold to craft it, and you multiply that by 0.95, your minimum price becomes 95. You're saying your minimum price is 5% less than what it even cost you to make it. Then the auction house takes a 5% cut off 95. You're left with like 91 gold. You've lost almost 10% by supposedly, you know, you've doubly fucked yourself. You got to be really careful with that. This is correct. It's backwards maths. It is, yeah. It's me basically passing on that 5% fee to the person that buys the item, rather than me paying for it myself. Because I could, in theory, just take that off completely and have it 110% crafting. So if it costs me 100 gold, I'll sell it for 110, but then the auction house takes its 5% off that 110, meaning I'm only actually making about 4.5% profit by the time the auction house has had its chunk out of it, which I don't want. So, divide it by 0.95, pass that 5% on to the buyer.
You just lost $5.
Trade Baron Bunty, thank you for the prime. Welcome, welcome. I appreciate that. I really do. I would say $5 well spent, but considering it's prime, take advantage of Amazon's good nature. That's something you don't hear very often, is it? Amazon's good nature. Okay. Thank you. You can perhaps multiply by 1.05. Nope, that doesn't work. That's closer, but it still doesn't work. The way to do it is divide it by 0.95. Sometimes made it cleaner by using some custom price source for the crafting divided by 0.95. Then you just use 110% craft sell in operation. Yeah, something like that's not a bad way of doing it for sure. But if I was to put craft, if I was to do it that way, the question I would get 700 times a day is, well, what is craft sell? People would be like, craft sell doesn't work for me, and then I have to explain why it's a thing. It's easier for me to just, you know, have it as it is. There are instances where I choose not to do the simpler way to make it easier for other people to understand. There's if you check the Shadowlands cheat sheet as well, by the way, where is it? Where's it gone? Shadowlands cheat sheet. There's actually a auction house 5% fee. There's a page here that directly goes over this exact thing, right? How to never worry about the auction house 5% fee again, and it sort of explains the maths on why it works. And why the only correct answer is actually divide by 0.95. Multiplying by 1.05, although it is very close, it is still actually wrong. So if you're going to do something, why be close when you can, you know, just be correct? So right, let's make sure our operations are in place. Rank 1 sellout is in there, rank 2 sellouts on there, rank 3 sellout is there. We can apply the same operation to these. Let's check that the rank 1s... okay, we don't have any operation set by default. The default operation for Legos should... the only time we need to specify anything different, I think we can apply the operation to the real parent group, because by default is by its name default, right? Which is the 110% crafting cost. The only time we need to override it and specify anything different is on the sellout groups. So on the sellout groups, we can now override this, change that to rank 1 sellout, change this to rank 2 sellout, and change this to rank 3 sellout. And now we rinse and repeat for the other. Get it all, even though we haven't actually got up and running properly yet with like Shadowgast stuff. If we get the groups and operations and everything done first, we can hit the ground running. Rank 2 and rank 3. Go, go, gadget. Go, go, gadget, go. We might even get to start crafting some blacksmithing stuff today, or maybe even some jewel crafting stuff, as the gold factory is basically done now. Now that we got this bank character leveled up, and not only is this bank character leveled up, this bank character is also our enchanter. It is basically just go, go, go mode on make loads of gold now. Which has been a long time coming. Our TSM graph looks gross. We've been on Tor and Mill for a good few weeks now, and we haven't really made any gold. But what we have done is built the foundation for the factory to sit on. Right, there we go. There we go. That should be Legos ready to rock and roll. Now, I haven't done shopping operations or sniper operations or anything yet, but for the most part, the reason I haven't done that is because I tend not to use them. Right. Let's look at the professions. Let's see what we've got going on in here. Start with blacksmithing. Okay, so there's no default. Okay, Crafter's Mark gear base items, Crafter's Mark 117s, Crafter's Mark 87s, base items 117s, 168s, 87s, that's all in place. I think I've got the profession stuff sorted. Do we want to check that these operations make sense? 110% crafting again, post cap of 3. Duration is set by the master operation. What to do when it goes below minimum is also set by the master operation. Normal price is stupidly high. You should make an anima run if you need. At the moment, 1900 up for grabs. Yeah, I really should. I really should. At least on my main characters, I should get them, you know, Sanctum level 2 across the board. Because then, once it's one of those things, right, that it's another one of those things I just want to get it done. Because if you get Sanctum level 2 across the board, your anima table basically becomes anima positive, unless you are really splurging. So I should just do it. It's one of the, yeah, I should just do it, but I want to get stuff set up here first, because once this is done, it's done, you know. This is what I love. This is what I love about the crafting side of gold making, right? There's often a lot of setup to begin with, but that setup, once you've done it, for the most part, you then just continuously take benefit from it, right? This is the thing that's always annoyed me about farming. Farming can be very lucrative. At certain points in the expansion, you can make filthy amounts of gold by farming. But the very second you stop farming, you stop making gold. Whereas with crafting, especially with the setting up of Trade Skill Master, once you've got it set up once, you know, you just continue to make gold off it forever and a day. Use the cheat sheet to help me level blacksmithing Legos on Turin Mill. The level 4s sell okay, small profit on them. Had a few level 1 sales too, under crafting cost of course. Level 2s and 3s are very tricky to sell though, unless you're selling them for very cheap. Yeah, I mean that's true on virtually every realm right now. The rank 1s will always sell. Usually because they're basically given away by people. They're super cheap, but people want to buy the rank 1s because it's the easiest way to get access to that legendary power. You need very little soul ash to do it. The rank 1 base items are cheap. You can craft that legendary without much effort at all. And then of course rank 4s obviously have their appeal because it's, you know, it's the strongest possible use of that legendary power to date. But of course, even people's incentive to level up to 4 is limited now, considering we know that we're hopefully not that far away from being able to get rank 5s and rank 6s, which will be even stronger. Plus, people already are starting to get a sniff of the fact that they might have to change their legendary in 9.1 anyway, meaning they're less inclined to upgrade it now than they maybe were a few weeks ago. Tough times, tough times. And that is for sure. I think all of this is set up. Weapon mods even, 110% crafting. I think we're good to rock and roll, you know, now. Blacksmithing for sure. Enchanting, it should be relatively simple. Post 3 of them at 110% crafting. Reagents, enchanted materials. We probably don't want to sell these anymore, if I'm going to be honest. Although this is going to be the character that's going to craft the enchanted materials anyway. So it makes sense to at least, you know, we might as well throw some of them on the auction house. If we can get some profit off selling the base items, then I guess why not? What's our enchanted operation set at? Post 20 of them on a 12-hour duration for 120% of their map price. Why did I choose to use map price instead of crafting? I must have done that for a reason, but I can't think why. I can't think why I've done that. Why would I not use craft? Why did I choose to use map price instead of crafting? I don't know. I'll worry about that at a later date. I think I'm going to stop at just one level 4 with the Corthite crystals looking to be scarce in 9-1, at least initially. I might just concentrate on one slot and specialize / concentrate on that. I mean, it would work. That would certainly work. That's my recommendation would just be make sure you have everything at rank 3. Like you can choose to specialize later on down the line, sure, but you want to make sure that you've got everything at rank 3. Don't feel the need to power them to rank 4 now, because it's not really essential to do it. If you sell enough rank 3s and you need to recraft enough rank 3s to get to rank 4 before patch 9.1, great, bonus, but it's not essential. As long as you step foot into patch 9.1 with at least rank 3s under your belt, you'll be good to go. Because that means you can, in theory, then make rank 5s for any slot should somebody request your service to do so, you know. Yes, it would be nice to be able to make rank 6s, but like I said, that's a nice to have, not a necessity in my eyes. We can start making some jewel crafting stuff as well today. Yes, we can. I haven't got any operations set up for jewel crafting stuff. Clusters, duplets, all of that sort of stuff. Mainly for the fact that they'll sell, but I don't particularly like. I'm not too interested. I'll craft a bunch of these just so I've got them, but I'm not really crafting them to sell them. I'm more crafting them so that I've just got them ready and waiting for when I need to recraft this stuff. So this should have its this should have some operations attached to it. Crafter's Mark gear base items. Crafter's Mark gear 117s. Crafter's Marks 87s. I'm aware this is turning into a very deep dive TSM stream today, which I know is often not the most interesting to watch, but if it is helpful to you, then let me know. I tend not to actually do this too often on stream though, but it's mainly down to the fact that, like I said earlier, once you've done it, it's done, you know? You only theoretically set up Trade Skill Master once. And I say theoretically because every time there's a new patch or something happens, I tend to tweak it and change it. And I'm not good at just tweaking or changing a profile. I tend to just redo the whole thing again, which is not an optimal way of doing things, but Where's bait? No, no, that one. 117s. And hopefully this is at least somewhat set up and ready for patch 9.1 as well. With there not really being much new stuff, once 9.1 goes live, it's going to be very easy to populate these groups with any new Crafter's Mark gear we get the ability to make. So another way to just hit the ground running. There's dual crafting set up. Don't think I'll sell the clusters or the duplets for now. Leatherworking, armor kits, does that have an operation? Yes. I think I've done all of this stuff. This is all looking good. Yes, yes, yes. Comfortable riders, bardings. I don't actually craft these at the moment. I probably should. Drums, they're ready and waiting. PTR still 40 crystals for a level 5. It's not specifically for a level 5, it's for the Vestige of Origins, but yeah, it's 40 crystals still. I probably need to go over these material groups at some point and change what's in these. Although there's not technically anything new to add to any of this. We're missing a fish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hang on, aren't we missing it? Isn't there 6? No, hang on. There's a basic bitch fish. There's one from each zone, and then there's the rare. Oh no, that's right. Gems, herbs, inks and pigments, leathers. Why is the other leathers not in here? Why have I done that then? Why is Desolate Leather and Heavy Desolate in there? Why is Callous Hide and Heavy Callous Hide missing? Callous Hide, Heavy Callous Hide. Put those in leather, please. The fact Twilight Bark is in here annoys me, but you know, it needs to be somewhere. Boil Shards, Shade Stones. This will also house Korthite crystals, I imagine, eventually. And then all of the vendor materials. Cool. Cool, that group is done. Tailoring. We are so close to go, go, go mode now. I don't make bags because I can't be asked. Zanzaful sells the bags. I don't need to sell bags. Zanzaful sells them all. Bandages nobody cares about. Gear. Yeah. Oh, this is wonderful. I think we're fully set up and ready to go. Only took an hour and a half, but we're getting there. Right. Let's then start grabbing stuff out of our mailbox, of which we have lots of stuff, and let's start getting it posted. In theory, while we're doing this, actually, we could probably do a in fact, until I've emptied this mailbox, I don't want to do a restock. I've just realised if I do a restock before I empty this mailbox, it's going to craft everything that's in the mailbox again. Because my other account probably doesn't know it's here. That's always dangerous. Is our other character logged off even? They have. Right. Auction fella. I don't think we ever are going to need Zygor on this character ever again. Let's make this account as lightweight as possible. We don't really need details. We're not going anywhere. We're not going to be doing any damage. We're not going anywhere, so we don't need a rotation helper. We're not going to be doing any missions, so we don't need in progress. Legendary stock tracker will be helpful. Minimap button, yes. Postal, yes. Rare scanner, we're not going to need that one. TSM, of course. LVI, yes. Zygor, no. That should make this one as lightweight as possible. I mean, arguably, I don't even need LVI, but... There we go. Lovely stuff. Lovely jubbly. Now we have the wonderful ability to open the auction house and click go. Has everything got an operation to it? Enchanting Vellum, no operation. Good. Don't go selling our enchanting vellums. Masterful jewel clusters. Okay, I've not got operations on those. That's fine. I don't worry about that just yet. Everything else is good. Good. Post. Let's get this stuff back on. Oh, what? Whoa, please hold. Stop. Why is all of this? Why does it not know the crafting price of all of these things, considering I myself am the enchanter? That's bonkers. Does it just not? Okay. Well, there's all of the enchants, game. Work your magic on that then, please. Let's go with crafting cost. Show me detailed crafting costs. Tool tips. I'll put sales rate on because do I want my sale rate on? I probably do want my sale rate. Detailed crafting costs. There we go. Right, it now knows what these crafting costs are. What other profession did it have a boo-boo with? What do we need to teach it? Ceremonious stuff. Blacksmithing, okay. It needs to know blacksmithing stuff. Let's log on to our blacksmith. I missed it. How did you fix it? Well, if it didn't know the crafting cost of something, you need to open up the profession that crafts it so that it populates the TSM database with those crafting costs. For some reason, it didn't know what the crafting price was of half of the enchants, so just open enchanting and it'll teach itself. Which is why I'm now having to I'm gonna have to open blacksmithing and open jewel crafting so it knows the crafting cost for all of those items as well. Now obviously in most cases you're probably not going to come across that issue because, you know, to have made the items in the first place, you must have opened the window to craft them. But this is a new character on a new account, so yeah, there's a few synchronization teething issues to begin with. So now we should be able to. I'm going to give it a second to actually load properly. Let's get these. Oh, we also don't have a mouse wheel macro. God damn, we're not doing everything manually. Settings, macros, auctioning. Do we want to do a crafting on this character? Are we going to need crafting on this character? No, we're not. We might want the destroying one though. Scroll wheel up and down with the modifier of control. There we go. That should be good. Now it's got crafting costs for blacksmithing stuff. How did it manage to do those without me opening the window? That was clever. Well, let's open the window for it anyway, just to, you know, solidify the deal. Let's do the same for jewel crafting. There we go, there's all the jewel crafting costs. Right. Now we should be off to the races. No errors. Everything going up on the auction house. Finally! We are golden. Just a casual 118 items to put up on the auction house to start with. Does the specs best Lego and slot affect what you would craft? Preferably not, because if you are limited on resources, that resource usually obviously being gold. If you're limited with the amount of gold you've got to level up your legendaries, it is kind of logical to look at or do a little bit of research to find out, you know, what is the meta pieces of gear, right? But the problem with that approach is that the meta changes and not everybody follows the meta, which is why I tend to recommend people to, instead of zerging a single slot up to rank 4, craft one of everything and then go out there and sell it. When you've sold it, craft it again and then sell it again and rinse and repeat. That's kind of the best way. So yeah, I mean the sort of naturally leveling up everything sort of equally is the method I recommend. Now, of course, people still see the big shiny carrot at the end of the stick being the rank 4s, and they see that they're listed on the auction house for crazy amounts of gold, and a lot of the time people choose to ignore the advice and just beeline to the shiny. But you're going to spend a lot of your gold, considering you're choosing to do that because you're limited to the amount of gold you've got in the first place. If you spend all of your gold, it's like putting all of your chips on black and hoping that it pays off, right? It's not a very safe way of doing it. I mean, who doesn't want the shiny? I mean, everybody wants the shiny. But sometimes it's shiny and you get there and it's not actually that impressive. First few weeks, everybody's going to be buying everything. Funny because at the moment, the best sellers are things like vest, helms, and shoulders. And they're the... Well, yeah, this is it, right? Sometimes it lands on green. Well, that is also true. Yeah, the meta shifts all the time. Like, Bone Shatter Treads, Bone Shatter Pauldrons right now are popping off. But the likelihood is these Bone Shatter Pauldrons are not likely to be the most popular ones in patch 9.1. So if you've spent all of your gold getting to what is the best now, and then what happens is that the best one switches to something, you're all the way back at square one again. You're back all the way at rank 1, and you miss the boat on that opportunity as well. But if you level everything up slowly but surely, you might not get the shiny right now, but it means if the meta switches, you're ready for it, right? You're already there. You've already got the rank 2s, the rank 3s unlocked. You might not have the rank 4 for it yet, but when the meta switches in your favour, you've already got the items. You're ready to go. Go, you know? Looks like a lot of classes are going to be switching to the rings and necks and or the wrists because of domination gear. Yes, jewel crafting is going to have a very good time, I feel. Jewel crafting is going to have a very good time. Because where everybody kind of chose not to buy the rings and necks because, of course, they don't come with many stats on them, in comparison to like a chest piece, for example, that is now no longer the optimal way of doing it. So this you know, is my point again. If you've only leveled the legs because the legs are popular, and the meta switches to not be the legs, you're donezo. You're back at square one again. Heads up, I'll power level jewel crafting soon on Twisting Nether and just sell it all off. Yeah, jewel crafting is gonna be an interesting one, I think. Let's grab some more stuff. We've only got a casual 800 items to put on the auction house. Joby, how we doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see ya. Do the shotgun approach, just level a bit of everything. Yeah, yeah. Here we go, there's another bag full of stuff. What I've noticed as well, actually, for the Horde, right, this little Mr. Pandaria spot, it's kind of cool, right, but it's not quite as powerful as it is for Alliance. For Alliance, the auctioneer and the mailbox are literally right next to each other. You genuinely don't even have to move. You kind of have to squeeze yourself where this Tauren sat down right now to be able to reach the mailbox. And I just can't quite reach the auctioneer. I take one step to the left though. I can reach the auctioneer. Now I can't reach the mailbox. It's like there's probably a really fine line where I can reach both. No, there actually isn't a really fine line. Go to Booty Bay on Horde, more efficient overall. Yeah, I've realised that now. You're right though, it's gold dependent. If you don't have the gold to throw at all slots, you have to be a bit more picky. But what the lion's share of cost is getting from rank 3 to rank 4. Actually leveling from rank 1 to rank 2, it's really not that expensive in the grand scheme of things, even for leatherworking. Callous Hide, 19 gold a pop. Thoughts? My thoughts are very simple with Callous Hide at 19 gold a pop. My thought is buy it. That's my only thought. Yeah, there's not really any such thing as a neutral auction house anymore. They got taken out of the game a long time ago. I can't remember exactly when, but... Oh, well, I guess you can consider it neutral in terms of the fact that both Horde and Alliance players can use it, sure, but back in the day there used to actually be a separate auction house. So if you post it on the neutral auction house, it doesn't show on the regular auction house. I think that's what people are getting at. But that's not been in the game for a while now. I believe that's still how it works in Classic, though. It's why Booty Bay in Classic is used for transferring stuff from one side of the server to the other. Like, for example, it used to be... you used to be able to make... This is so weird, right? You used to be able to make a fair amount of gold by buying the faction-specific cooking patterns and then selling them at the Booty Bay auction house, so that the other faction could then buy them, because they weren't able to buy them from the vendors themselves. The only way that they could get those patterns was to buy them off the neutral auction house. Some gold making trivia for you from back in the day, when boomers were the zoomers. Why did I send all this Leystrite ore over here? That doesn't need to be here. That needs to be on our Jawn Crafter. Or when the goal making meta was simply post things on the auction house. Yeah, I know. Oh, Wrath of the Lich King. What a time. What a time. Sitting at around 16,000 callus and 1,500 heavy callus. You probably want to, if you're stockpiling it for the purpose of legendaries. Warning: your minimum price for composite bow is below its vendor sell price. With the auction house cut taken into account, consider raising your minimum price or vendoring the item. Whatever. I mean, I don't think it is. I think that's TSM having a boo-boo somewhere. Where's the supposed less than vendor price? I'm not selling anything for less than 100 gold, so that just can't be the case. Just trying to get into gold making, but have no idea where to start. Any tips? Start slow, start easy. It's impossible to make gold super effectively unless you've got a bit of gold to start with. So my recommendation to anybody is get comfortable with farming some materials. It's the easiest way to invest a little bit of time into gold making. You'll see small results out of the back of it, but it's a good foundation to start on. Even Shadowlands herbs and ore is or skinning, for example, they're professions that you can still make a reasonable amount of gold with. You're never going to get mega rich off them, but you have to start somewhere. So getting comfortable with farming some materials is a really good place to begin with. Once you've got a reasonable amount of gold, at least 100k, at least, my recommendation for most is farm up your first million gold. I know that sounds outrageous when you begin, but trust me, it will pay off eventually. Once you've got a little bit of gold, then you can maybe start looking at like buying some materials instead of farming them for the purpose of crafting. You make less gold when you obviously buy the materials to begin with, but the theory at least is that you can then do it at a bigger scale. You can sell more if you're able to buy the materials to begin with. And eventually you can start doing some like crazy things like buying raid BOEs to flip them for more gold and, you know, selling all the legendaries to your server and whatever. So, but you got to start somewhere. Start small, start slow. Dip your toe in the water. Get comfortable with farming. That's the best starting point. Found the info. The auction houses were merged in WOD. Was it Warlords of Draenor then? Okay. What are you saying about the Callus now? I'm stockpiling. Well, I mean, the Callus, obviously, there's a 1 to 10 conversion on the Callus that takes time to do. You probably want to get your leatherworker on the go, turning that Callus hide into heavy Callus hide, because you're going to need to do it at some point anyway. Am I going to hit the... I think I'm probably going to hit the post-scan throttle if I'm not careful here. It's incredible to see just how many things are being posted at normal price. Which is an indication to me that people on Torin Mill have... are leaving a lot of opportunities on the table, right? Like, there's stuff here... 117 gear... Nobody appears to be crafting 117 gear. I'm basically holding the monopoly on 117 gear, it feels. Which I'm absolutely happy to have, because it will make it very profitable. We're already selling a few enchants. We've sold... somebody's come along and bought themselves a set of 168 gear for... What's that? Leatherworking? Shadow scale? That's male actually, isn't it? So a hunter or a shaman's come along with a new alt. Padding our pockets with some nice profits on those. I've got around 240k, so I'll just keep farming herbs and ore for that. Or for so little, or to get... Well, the reason I suggest getting to 1 million gold is because the last thing you want to do is farm up a bunch of gold, then spend it all on something, and for that something to, you know, flop. For you to then not be, like, sometimes if you, like, buy something to flip it, for example, you maybe you didn't go into... Maybe it was a bit of an uneducated flip, for example, and you lose a bit of gold on the odd investment, or you craft a bunch of stuff and then you struggle to sell it. If you have a sizable amount of gold to begin with, then you don't have to worry too much about making those losses, because it's not going to bankrupt you every time. For example, when I buy Callus hide to restock my leatherworking, I'm probably spending a couple of 100,000 gold on just Callus hide when I do a restock. Now, if that was all my gold, it's a lot more risky than if it was just a small percentage of my gold. So, if you feel, I mean, 240,000 gold is a sizable amount of gold to start with. You could probably pick a profession and get up and running with that pretty well. Like, pick a profession that you like the look of, or one that you've already got leveled up, and just, you know, dive deep and just try and craft a bunch of stuff and then go out there and sell it. Practice makes perfect, to be honest, with gold making. There's probably some vendor shuffles you can do while you aren't farming. Vendor shuffles are very, in my opinion, vendor shuffles aren't really a beginner gold making method. And let me explain why. Vendor shuffles, in theory, should be like the they're your get out of jail free card, right? The vendor shuffle should be the last thing that you look to use those materials for. If you're getting your materials really cheaply, cheap enough that you can just craft items and vendor them, then I can almost guarantee that there's more gold to be made doing something else with those materials as well. Whether it be crafting bits of gear, whether it be shuffling them into a piece of gear and then disenchanting that piece of gear instead of just vendoring it. There's usually many more ways to use that material than just making an item to vendor it. If you end up with so many cheap materials and literally you've kind of, you know, you've maximized every other potential and you've still got loads of materials left, then sure, craft a few items and vendor them, get your gold back kind of thing. But vendor shuffle should be like the last thing that you look to do with those materials. Hey Mantius, love the content, keep it up. Hey, glad you're enjoying it. Thank you, and welcome. I think I've got alts with most of the professions on them, aside from maybe leatherworking and junk crafting, but wasn't sure what to make profession-wise. The easiest way to start, I know it's a bit of a daunting add-on to begin with, but install TSM. Even if you only use Trade Skill Master for its tooltips gives you a lot of information. It can show you what it costs to craft an item. It can also then show you in the same location what that item is currently being listed for on the auction house. So even just by the tooltips for the items, it can be very give you a lot of information about what you should be crafting. More importantly, when you open the profession window with Trade Skill Master, it will show you the potential profit that you could make by crafting an item and selling it. So it can give you a lot of information about what you maybe should be looking at crafting with those professions. It's a bit of, like I said, it's a bit of a daunting add-on to get to grips with to begin with. But when you understand the basics of it, it's actually pretty intuitive and can give you a lot of valuable information. I use vendor shuffles as a semi-passive way to increase my capital for other purposes. You can say that it's similar to farming for me, only that I then don't have to be actually too active to do it. Yeah, there's that as well. That for the most part you can just have a character in the background crafting, and then every few minutes go do some vendoring of the items that have been crafted or whatever. But vendor shuffle is still basically farming though, because it's for the most part you're investing time to make gold, and with vendor shuffles you're often investing a lot of time, right? You can only craft like 1,800 items an hour maximum with 100% efficiency, which is not actually possible. Most people probably struggle to make much more than about 1,200, 1,300 items an hour. So there's a limit to what it's capable of achieving in the first place. But like I said, vendor shuffles, I would say that they're something to be doing once you've utilized all other opportunities. Where's the bank over here? Is this the bank? There we go, there's the bank. We need to clear our inventory a little bit while we restock the auction house. I've not set up macros to do this yet, but... $300 items to go. Most of these 300 items are going to be bonus Grim Veiled legendaries. Oops. I'm dreading setting up 4.11 this weekend. Hey, if you're lucky, by the weekend, you might just be able to download my groups. It'll make the whole process much easier. I'm probably not going to have all professions 4.11 ready for the weekend, but the big boy ones I've already got sorted, so how much dollar? Well, my groups, I tend to give out my groups for free for the most part. I don't, whilst I'm not a huge fan of paywalling stuff. Send you some wine. Hey, I'll accept tips. I will always accept tips, but I don't particularly like putting a price tag on stuff to begin with. I'm on that note, I'm kind of considering, whilst I don't particularly want, I don't want to put a price tag on things like my groups or my operations or that sort of stuff, but what I would like to do is those that are willing to support me, give them a bonus. I was thinking more so of maybe making the groups and operations exclusive for Twitch subs and Patreons or something for like a week, and before they go out public to everybody else, kind of thing. That way I don't feel as if I'm kind of paywalling them off completely. I'm still, providing people everything for free. You're just going to have to, if you want it for free, you're going to have to, get to the back of the line, per se, I guess. That to me feels like a more, it gives people the opportunity. I mean, I've got to keep food on the table, that sort of thing, but that just sort of sits nicer with me, I think. I could maybe use, I don't know how I'd do it, but the logistics of that I'll work out for myself, but are all these these are all genuinely just spare Legos. Okay, let's get all of these in the bank. Look at all these Grim Veiled gloves we've got. Or mittens, should I say. Watched your alchemy video recently about making flasks, and you worked off your cheat sheet. Then I look at the cheat sheet, I can't find the tab now. Oh, yeah, that's because I think it's that specific tab I think is actually privated, or I've just deleted it. I think I might have just deleted that one. Is it sheet 24? No. I think I might have just deleted that one. It didn't really serve much of a purpose. I made it basically just for the purpose of that video. It didn't really actually do anything. Yeah, and I wasn't happy with how the sheet worked out anyway. It was more, if I remember rightly, it was more to, prove a point than it was to actually do any proper calculations for people. It was more to say that, look, well, if you just get your materials at the cheapest price point, even stuff that doesn't look profitable often is. So if you put in that little bit of extra effort to go out of your way to get the materials at a cheap price, you can still win. And that's why frequently flasks and potions look like they're under profit, They're probably not under profit for the people that crafted them. I would say 14 days might be better for you as a content creator. As you said, make content creation go into the black instead of in the red. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm terrible at the monetization side of content creation. For the most part, I rely pretty heavily on the YouTube to float the boat. But the more time and effort that I want to put into it, the more it costs to produce. All this lace dry ore needs to not be here. Send all of this to... Who's my jewel crafter nowadays? This fellow, I think. Need to get all this lace dry prospected. Need some gems. Yeah, I can't decide whether like 14 days, 7 days, whatever the limitation is. I think that would significantly help cover the cost of doing what I do, while still trying to offer as much as I can to everybody for free. Should start writing down all your funny sayings for you and post them in the Discord. See, they're funny sayings to other people. They're not funny sayings to me though. They're just things I say. I genuinely don't even realise what they are. To me, it's just my vocabulary, You really get going when the wine starts flowing. If only it was actually red wine, though. You should see when the actual wine gets flowing. Then it's interesting. Hang on, why have we got like one widow bloom in our bags? What's going on here? How have I managed to goof up this? One thing I've just realised actually is I'm probably going to need to get a guild on this bank character actually to just store stuff. In my opinion, okay, I need to wait a long week, fine. 2 weeks, I'd probably start looking for the credit card because I'm lazy AF. I guess people might be happy to wait a week, but maybe the itch will be, they'll need to scratch that itch a bit if it was too, yeah, there's probably a fine line there somewhere. Manthius needs himself an accountant. I think that's the problem. Oh, we're actually coming to the end of the items. Wow, this might actually be our last post scan. And then we might be golden, Do you post for 12 hours? My post schedule is controlled within my operations, so I can very quickly on the fly change between whether I'm posting for 12, 24 or 48 hours on most things that I sell without having to change every single operation. You can create like a master operation to control things like that. So in the morning, for example, most days I post stuff for 12 hours because I know what I'm going to be doing. I know that in 12 hours I can repost stuff again. But for example, if I go away for the weekend, which is more frequent in the summer for obvious reasons, if if I go away during the weekend, I can very quickly change things to post for 48 hours. So if we look at like base legendaries, for example, there's the default operations that I use, and then there's this one called base Legos master. It's here where I change things like the auction duration, which is actually set to 24 hours at the moment, which it shouldn't be. It should be 12 hours, that's my bad. But you'll see then, if we go into like the base Legos default operation, oh, okay, I didn't set it up for the default one. Derp. You click this little, these little linked chains, and then you select the operation that you want to control this. So you can see now it's grayed out. I can't change it in this operation. I have to use the master, the operation it's linked to change it. But so this, you can see here, like all of these are set to 12 hours. But if I change the master one to 48 hours, then it changes in all of these as well. So having these master operations that, you know, link two operations together can be very helpful for changing durations of stuff quickly. Because otherwise you can imagine if you have like some very customized operations for different things and you have 20 different operations, to change everything from, you know, being 12 hours, just a simple change like changing it from 12 hours to 24 hours, you have to go through every operation, and that can get really annoying to the point where people don't do it. Whereas if you just change it in one spot, easy game, right? GG. Mantheus needs to put his suit on again and bring back that Dixon salesperson. See, I'm selling gold nowadays. I'm not selling bloody kitchens and TVs. You should put it for 48 hours on Legos. There's no deposit fee, so shorter time doesn't matter. Longer time means more likely it will sell. Nowadays, yeah, you're probably right. Early days, people posting their legendaries for 48 hours frustrated the living fuck out of me. Because all you want your auctions to expire, because it gives the realm an opportunity for the price to reset naturally. If everybody posts at 48 hours, all that happens is the price just slowly tanks down and down and down and down and down. If more people were to post things for 12 hours, everybody would make more gold. But I am very aware that it would then only take one person to post for 48 hours consistently to fuck that whole thing up. But there is logic to the madness of why I tend to post Legos for only 12 hours most of the time. No, you will soon sell your Patreon page and your TSM operations. I still would prefer to teach people how to make the operations than just like sell them. But then again, I guess if there's people out there that are willing to use their credit card to, you know, buy a shortcut, then I guess I shouldn't have much issues then being on the other side of that transaction. Given that it's 99% likely that you get undercut anyway. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. What does the /0.95 in the operation do? It basically passes on the 5% auction fee to the buyer so that I don't have to worry about it. It means that if, say for example, it costs me, the easy example, we went through this a little bit earlier, is that if it costs me 100 gold to make something, I want to know that my minimum price after I've sold it, I want to make sure that I at least make my 100 gold back, right? So if you divide 100 by 0.95, you get a wacky number, but if you take 5% off that number, it brings you back down to 100. So you get back to where you start, right? So my minimum price would then be 105.26. I find the only time the price goes up is if somebody resets or the current set of Legos is very unprofitable that nobody's actually posting them. I mean, yeah, like I said, it's a bit of a weird one in that regard, that it depends heavily on how your how your realm just acts. On the super high pop realms, I don't think it really makes any difference. You might as well just post them for 48 hours. But if you do really want to try and min-max things a little bit, then, you know, there are options. One-on-one tuition on how to set up your TSM, only $1 million, yeah. Aha, food. Okay. Please hold, boys and girls. I have to go grab myself some lunch real quick. I will go grab a bunch and I'll be back with you in 2 minutes. Oh, I don't know. Maybe Twitch Prime or something, you know. Press the button. Alrighty. I appreciate it, PKB, for the ad. I did. You might have noticed I sneakied one in there a second ago. You can make a shameful ad for Twitch Prime, but cannot sell his TSM operations, bro. Chicken nuggies again? No, we've gone one better than chicken nuggets today. I'm going to move you, Mr. Microphone, out the way. If microphone F's, please tell me. We've got ourselves some sushi. See, I'd pay for help with TSM. I can work with Legos and crafting, etc., but the maths and setup side of my brain doesn't work that way. I find it kind of tough. So if it's behind a wall, I'd still pay for it just for 14 days for yourself. Well, yeah. Yeah. I know there's people out there that probably would. Every day I open Twitch to see your empty chair. That is just good timing. But, boys and girls, we have got ourselves a fantastic... Let's see if I can show this again without tipping it all over the place. A fantastic display of sushi on the go again. Yes, yes, yes. Genuinely one of my favourite foods in the world. So let's see if we can nom this real quick while we can do some... we can do some Q&A or whatever. God damn, that looks good now. I want sushi as well. Yeah, apologise. Apologise. I'll tell you how good it tastes as well. Have we sold anything? Are we selling stuff? Boom! 80. See, I told you I had a bit of monopoly going on. We're selling 168 gear. We're selling 87 gear. We're not selling 117 gear, or we haven't yet. But we are banging out the 168 gear for sure. We got the sake. What? Not while I'm streaming. Not like, not while I'm streaming. I'll stick to my my Soda Stream wine. Only sell 87s and 168s on my realm now. I know for a fact 117s are a little bit more niche, for sure. But that genuinely means there's less people trying to sell them. Meaning that when they do sell, they sell for more. So I consider it a win all the same. It's a win all the same. Right. Time to nom on some sushi. I'm not going to eat it super quickly, but... Or they sell them by mistake because people didn't check the minimum level. I mean, to be honest, I think a lot of stuff sells on the auction house by mistake. I mean, selling rank 4 legendaries in the first week was surely a mistake, right? There was a good few occasions where I sold a rank 4 legendary in the first few weeks to then see it turn up on the auction house again 20 minutes later. 100% people bought them by mistake. Or whether it be not necessarily even a mistake, just a lack of understanding of how a certain system works, or... Yeah, plenty of reasons for that. I was one of those. One of my most famous sales was a rank 4 ring, a rank 4 ring which we sold for 400k, 400 big ones. I think the first week of the expansion. It may have been a few days after that. But either way, it was way, way, way before you could even use a rank 4. 20 minutes later, back up on the auction house. Dude's trying to sell it back again. I mean, yeah, it's true. It might not necessarily always actually be a mistake. There was some smart people out there, right? Because in I want to say week 2 or 3 of Shadowlands, a fair amount of people had unlocked rank 4 and were trying to sell them. And there was some weird shit happening on some realms, right? That people expected, like, people unlocked rank 4 and then ended up selling them for, like, basically crafting cost. Because they thought that it was going to be a gold mine. They bought it, they unlocked it, they crafted them, they tried to sell them. And then when they didn't sell for the, you know, stupid high prices, people panicked. and they started selling them off cheap. So there were some people out there that got their rank 4 legendaries really cheap because people were selling them for like less than cost on some realms, because they just like, oh my god, I spent so much gold on doing this, I must get my gold back ASAP. I remember that you messaged him to buy it back. Yeah, I mean, when I noticed he put it back on the auction house, I messaged him and I was like, well, if you don't want it, I'll buy it back off you, but I'm not giving you all your gold back. I mean, I think I was sort of generous to it in some way, but he didn't even reply. Or I should say they didn't even reply. I don't know, it was a he. 2021 and all. People took too much notice of the WoW economy Reddit. They moved off Darkmoon decks to Legos, expecting a quick market. One of my favourite videos, one of my favourite videos was the first like proper TED talk we did on legendaries. Genuinely one of my favourite videos, and it amazes me how right I was about it. It makes me sick just how right I was about it. In that most people treated the legendary system exactly like that, like the Darkmoon decks. They were like, this has got to be a quick win, right? Where was it? It's a long time ago now, but still to this day it was one of my favourite videos. It's a bit gross because I think I just ripped it straight off the stream as well. The video didn't perform very well, but it was where did it go? I can't even remember what the thumbnail was for it, that's the problem. I don't know. No, I can't remember. I even put the bloody TED Talk logo in the... should I craft Legos? TED Talk. This was one of my favourite videos. Oh, with Torghast and did. The main highlight of it for me was this thing. Our fantastic paint diagram. Our paint diagram talking about the barriers to entry for the legendaries. At this point, nobody fully... I don't really think there was many people that understood legendaries at this point. Actually, there's me saying the video didn't perform very well. It still did more views than most of my videos get nowadays. But we made ourselves a very crude sort of... It absolutely wasn't a pyramid scheme, by the way. I'm just saying. It definitely wasn't a pyramid scheme. But it was the fact that like the barrier to entry would just get steeper and steeper and steeper until the fact that and because it gets more and more expensive, it was filtering people out. All of those people that were in the legendary market for that quick buck very quickly realised that, oh shit, that's not how this system works. And they all pieced out. They like cashed out and did a runner. To be honest, people are sleeping on Darkmoon decks even now. I imagine they probably are, you know. I imagine there's some realms where the Darkmoon decks are probably still mad profitable. I imagine they probably are. I mean, it's true to say that it's a 200 item level trinket that every single person that dings level 60 is going to go to the auction house and buy one. I don't think I've leveled a single alt and not bought a Darkmoon trinket on them, because it's a 200 item level trinket. Like, boom. Why wouldn't you? And to be honest, I still think even in patch 9.1 they will still sell, because the catch-up gear is going up to item level 200. So your 200 item level Darkmoon trinket is still going to be on par with what will be a good, you know, quick, cheap, easy trinket to pick up. Hello, Mr. Streamer, you're in the wrong section. This isn't TBC. That's because there's only one World of Warcraft section. I don't even buy the Dark Moon trinket that's best. I just buy the one that's cheapest to boost the item level. See, that's big brain, right? That proves a point, though, right? You see that everybody, like, there's many reasons for people to still buy Dark Moon trinkets. Many reasons for people to be buying Dark Moon trinkets. $5k gold for a big boost in DPS. Just get the Veracity one. Yeah. Not gonna lie, you can't be asked to spend the time crafting them though. They take so much time to craft. That's probably the issue with them right nowadays. That's probably the thing. That yes, they do probably still sell. They are probably quote unquote profitable. But there is the distinct downside of, you know, just how long it takes you to mill the herbs, craft the inks. The whole process, yeah, I imagine just takes a long ass time. In a weird sense of, in a weird scenario, I would actually imagine that you can probably still make crazy amounts of gold just milling herbs and crafting inks. You can probably make more gold just selling inks than you can with your average vendor shuffle. Stupid me bought 2 Dark Moon decks, but thanks to Manthias for making so much gold, that wasted gold was just a peanut. Well, there we go then. There we go. See? Another advantage of making lots of gold in this game. That when you accidentally do stupid things, those stupid things matter less, right? The stupid tax isn't as painful. Stupid tax is only expensive when you're poor. What's really gross is how much that actually applies to real life as well. Let's get this. Is there any wow-heady stuff we can be looking at while we're just nomming on some food real quick? I don't particularly want to go watching YouTube videos while we eat, simply because I now upload my VODs to YouTube and I don't particularly want to get unnecessary copyright strikes. The stupid taxes for people that went, this is too much gold for a trinket, I'll go make my own. Yeah, yeah, true. And then realised that buying all the herbs at the price today was, yeah, not sensible. God, I love stupid tax. The only taxes I like. You don't want to pull a dirty Herbie? What do you mean? Did he manage... What? Have I missed something there? Did he get himself a copyright strike at some point or something? Surely not. He's only been streaming about 2 days. He got a strike? What for? On Twitch or YouTube or what? For watching food videos? Wow, Jesus. I could have told him that. Schoolboy error. Schoolboy error. Was there actually... did I look at the official patch notes? Oh, yeah. I looked at the official patch notes and was like, is this a joke? Yeah, I get it. That's not all. Check the blue post. Oh, what? Really? No, that's very much it. That's very much it. Fourth of May. Yeah, this is just everything collated though. In the blue tracker on the top of Wowhead. Uh, 9.1 Chains of Domination, full PTR notes. This is surely, yeah, this is surely just linking everything that we know so far. YouTube's algorithm got him. Yeah, if you, it's because you forget Dirty Irby is also multi-streaming right now. He's streaming both to Twitch and to YouTube. So if he is streaming to YouTube and watches another YouTube video, that VOD then will get flagged for copyright. Removed the cap on the number of pets that can be owned. Did you not know that, Woo? That came in a little while ago. I forget you've been out the game for a while. Yeah, that cap is removed. For the love of God, do not spend pet tokens on increasing the limit, because it's just the limit's just going away. Oh yeah, I mean in terms of we knew that it's coming in 9.1 sort of thing. Yeah, it's still 1,500 at the moment, but don't be spending pet charm things on upping that limit. Yeah, like Haley said, there's still that soft limit of only being able to own 3 of each type. But the hard cap on just how many you can have in total's just been removed now. I'm not sure why that was a thing in the first place. It doesn't seem to make much sense. Like, why do you need an upper limit on it? It's kind of one of those things where people are going, woohoo, go Blizzard, when actually it was a problem that they created the problem to begin with. There was no need for an upper limit on the amount of pets you could house anyway. Actually going through this seems to be kind of pointless because they've just relinked a really old update. Like, so that's probably not actually up to date anyway. Just because it says full PTR notes doesn't actually mean it is. June 15 updates. That's really all we're concerned in. The updates as of the most recent patch, which is just these tiddly widdly ones, so. It's one of the few times I go woo Blizzard. Yeah, unfortunately the woo Blizzard thing is not something that happens all too frequently at the moment. The next woo Blizzard moment will be when they give us a goddamn release date. Feel free to woo as much as you like, it boosts my ego. Well, that it will do. That it will do. Alright, we've got 2 pieces of sushi left. I'm feeling very full though. You should read the comments on the upgrade item for Sylvanus's bow. No, that sort of stuff will trigger me. Apps, that other people's nerd rage on that will be what triggers me, so we're not doing that. Absolutely no. It's why I tend not to read the comment sections of most things, because I know other people's stupidity is going to annoy the crap out of me. People raging that you need to raid to upgrade the bow. Well, well, well. What a surprise. If you want the best gear, you have to defeat the best content. Shocking, right? Absolutely shocking. It's just so dumb. Yeah, sure. Here's a mythic level weapon from killing LFR. Get out of town. Get back in your box. Right, last piece of sushi. Last piece of sushi. It's going down. It's going down. Nom nom nom. Oh, we're good. That was so good. So needed. Massive shout out to the fact that 80 of you have just watched me eat a plate of sushi. Big shout out to you boys and girls. Appreciate it. It's obviously relatively difficult to make engaging content whilst you're trying to stuff your face with food. So I appreciate you sticking about. Let me go get rid of my trash and then we'll get back to business, as they say. Valegro, do a shout out for me. Do some Twitch Prime sellout for me. I'll be back in a minute. Alrighty. Okay, dokie. That's not the shout out I meant, but either way, it'll do. Touche, good fellow. Touche. Did you not read my messages? I'm lazy as fuck. Derp is only good at enabling toxic mods. Oh Jesus, what have I started? What have I started? Right. On a different note, have we sold stuff? We're selling some stuff. Stuff is being sold, which is good. We need to take some priority to selling Legos though. And now that we've got everything up and running, we can probably get any spare stuff out of the way. Oh, actually, what I need to do is we need to actually set up our legendary groups properly, don't we? I wanted to get just everything in order first, and then we can categorize things by, you know, stuff we've got too much of. We can throw it in the churn group. All of these words that are falling out my mouth will make sense in a minute. Please hold. So if we've unlocked rank 4 in something, we obviously then don't want to, you know, be giving it away for free. But whilst we're still leveling stuff up, we want to basically kind of, you know, buy those experience points to level up faster. I like your funny words, Magic Man. For my past history of being in sales, I have the ability to talk for large amounts of time without really thinking about what I'm saying. Which doesn't necessarily mean the words that fall out my mouth make any sense, but they fill the void. They fill the gaps. Right, so what we can do is if we open up our TSM groups here, don't need that open for now. Let's go groups and let's just take a little look. We'll take a little look at tailoring to start with. Tailoring, as of right now, we have... Let's take a looky. Do we have anything at rank 4 for tailoring? I genuinely don't think we have... Oh, we've got the cape at rank 4. Everything else, though, we could do with just purging stock on. So we've unlocked... Have we unlocked rank 3 for everything? 3, 3, 4, 3, 3, 3, 2. We need to craft a whole bunch of robes then. Sandals are only at 2. Okay, so we got just the robe and the sandals to get to number 3. And it's only actually the cape that's, you know, donezo. How many capes do we have at different ranks? Now we're going to call upon LST that apparently doesn't know anything. Why does LST not know anything? Probably because I haven't transferred information from the other character. We're going to have to set up LST real quickly then. It's got stock numbers, it just doesn't have profit numbers yet. That's fine. Now we go on this dude and we open LST, we open settings. It's no longer no long boy. No long boy is no more. No Doritos is the new character. Send to that alt. Received data. Goody goody. Bingo. There's our profit margins and prices. Although these are... now we need to send it back the other way as well. We need to send it back the other way because these prices are totally doolally. Hang on, these are green all of a sudden. Since when did they become green? What's going on here? There's been updates afoot. You've changed stuff. You've changed stuff. They've literally been green since last year? No, lies. Lies. Anything above minimum profit is green. If minimum profit is above 0. Oh, that's probably why. If minimum profit is above 0, I don't use the minimum profit above 0 thing, which is why they're never green for me. Get it. I get it. That'll be why. That'll be why, because I don't care about profit. That'll be why. Okay. Well, that's good. Then, if that's the case, then most of this stuff we actually need to put it in the sellout group. For rank 1s at least, virtually everything needs to be in the sellout group. Capes, do we have a bajillion capes still? No, we don't. So actually, everything but the cape, everything but the cape is still, for rank 1s at least, going to be in the sellout group. In you get there. We'll sell those off nice and cheap. Get some free or cheap experience points by selling them cheap. Rank 2s is probably the same, I'm going to guess. Quick look. Quick look. Yeah, we've got lots of everything. Everything but the cape. When we finally get rank 4s, we'll take them out of the sellout group again. But we'll sell all of our tailoring legendaries on the cheap for the moment to boost us up to rank 4. We probably need to replicate the same for Umber Hide. Now, the difficulty comes with, we do actually have a lot of Umber Hide gear at rank 4, so not everything is going to go in the sellout group. Do we do this? Okay, let's just do this one by one. Arm guards are left alone. Gauntlets are left alone. Helm is left alone. Legs are going to be left alone. Pauldrons, treads, vest, and waist guards. Pauldrons, treads, vest, and waist guard, I think, are the only 4 that are going in the sellout group. Pauldron, treads, vest, and waist guard. Is that conveniently the bottom 4? That's almost too convenient. Pauldrons, treads, vest, and waist guard. Well, apparently it is. Pauldrons, treads, vest, and waist guard. In you go. Negative profits work fine for restock calculations, etc. But for the visuals, well, I'm not going to say a loss is good. Well, yeah, true, of course. That was Umber Hide real quick then. Bone Shatter. This is an absolute shit show. Everything is going to be in the sellout group apart from Pauldrons and Treads. Everything else is in sellout though. Everything apart from Pauldrons and Treads. In you go. Bingo. We've not yet started with Shadowgast gear. So technically, considering we've not started crafting any of this stuff, it all should start in the sellout group. Because we've not crafted any yet. Only when we level it to 4 does it come out of the sellout group. This is still not a super elegant way of doing it, but it works. It works. Right. Okay. There's those groups sorted. Let's see how that actually affects. We're probably going to cancel a lot of legendaries and relist them then because of that. Because our minimum profits have now dropped like a rock on a lot of them. Although we don't actually appear to have a lot of legendaries even crafted right now. Bingo, bingo. Let's grab those. Anything that... Where's my bank UI gone? / TSM bank UI. Shortfall to bags. Oh, there we go. Now there's a lot more legendaries that it's going to want to try and post. Let's get them out there. Way to piss off an entire server in one go. Sell every legendary for less than crafting cost. Best way to make friends. Without a doubt, best way to make friends. You know what's really funny? Is 80 people sat through watching me eat some sushi. Now we've started making gold in World of Warcraft again. People have started leaving. That's funny. I did a better job of maintaining viewership whilst eating sushi. You guys are fucking weird sometimes. Reminds me of providing on Sylvanas. Oh, you've noticed that as well? You've noticed that as well? I've got that guy whitelisted, by the way. How'd you get it to post below crafting cost? Set your minimum price lower than what your crafting cost is. Been talking with Miss Banks about him. He was so mad. See, Miss Banks is chill. Miss Banks is chill. Right. Okay. Let's let that do its thing then for a little while. We're selling some stuff though, look. For all of those people out there that are like, yeah, 168s don't sell. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Especially with TSM now. Loads of opportunities. So, what we probably need to do, actually, we have ourselves 2 new professions to really attack and do a restock on at the very least. Everything should be set up now, I think. For the most part. We should, at least I feel we are now in just like, you know, press, restock, craft things, sell things mode. And we should be able to start getting some impressive numbers. When the game decides to load, of course. Tokens going up again, panic. I'm still waiting for it to tip 300k. I thought on the TBC launch it would probably tip 300k because I thought that was going to be a really quick. Although I would imagine, right? I imagine there's probably some weird shenanigans going on that people are buying tokens to get retail gold to then transfer that retail gold to classic, right? Surely? Is that a thing? I imagine it's a thing, because of course you can't technically buy a token on... Yeah. But that in theory would drive the token price down, not up. The token price going up would be that people are selling their retail gold for Blizzard balance to presumably buy the deluxe battle pass or whatever the fuck it is for TBC. We just need a classic token. It's yeah, because it's not like not having the classic token doesn't mean that it's a economy all to itself, because people will still do shenanigans like just described, right? They'll buy tokens to get retail gold to then trade retail gold for classic gold. It just convolutes the entire system. Just put a classic token in, like put a classic token in and let it have its own economy. It's not changed from the past because there was plenty of gold sellers back in the day. Yeah, exactly. Back in Classic and back in when TBC was, you know, current content, people would just buy gold off some dodgy foreign website. People will bitch about a classic token. Yeah, of course they will. Because it wasn't in the game originally. But they're also the same people that are then trying to trade gold from retail. And it's also the same argument, you know, about like the auction house in Classic. Not to bring up a topic of conversation from last week, but people complaining about the auction house potentially being changed in Classic. It's like, well, if you want the truly Classic experience, don't use Trade Skill Master in the first place because it didn't exist in TBC. People bitch about anything given the opportunity. Put the Long Boy in TBC? Do it. Can you imagine if they put it in there and it was 5 million gold still? What's 5 million gold in like Classic numbers? That's like some stupid number, right? How will I make gold without TSM? Yeah. My friend bought gold in Wrath of the Lich King. Shit was so sketchy. Yeah, going in like trading with a random dude in Booty Bay. Yeah, or like, it wasn't even Booty Bay, was it? Where was the? Oh, what? Where was it? Where was it? There was a spot. Where was it? I'm trying to remember. This place down here somewhere. Ratchet. Yeah, in Ratchet. All the gold sellers used to hang out in Ratchet. I remember. Don't ask me why I remember this, but I remember that they did. I can't necessarily remember why. There was an auction house there? Is that what it was? I can't really remember. He bought 5k gold and it took over a week for him to get it? Ugh, gross. $5 mil times 1,200. Is that the conversion? Is 1,200 retail gold the equivalent of 1 gold in Classic? Surely it's not that high. Surely it's not that high. I mean, it might have been in Classic, but we're in TBC now. You got to remember that, like, you got to remember that in TBC, inflation kicks in astronomically. 10,000 gold in Classic was a lot of gold. 10,000 gold in TBC means you've just done some quests. Congratulations. I've heard about 1.8k. No. That's outrageous as a conversion. Damn, some people are making bank, you know. Maybe we're missing a trick. Maybe we're missing a trick. Also, people know all the farms and gold making methods now, so it's not really the same. 1 to 1,200? Oh my days. So how much is it going to cost somebody on TBC to get buy their epic flying then? What's epic flying? 5,000 gold? Or 4,500 if exalted? Something like that? Damn. Dude had 3,200 classic gold and got over 3 million retail gold for it. What? What? What is this? Okay, I'm not showing that on stream. 2,000 gold in TBC. $10. 5,000 gold. $27. Compared to retail, 500,000 gold is 62 USD. Jesus. Alright then. Well, yeah, I guess. Damn. I guess when you say 1 to 12k, you mean 1,000 gold to 12,000 gold, right? Which means it's a 1 to 12 ratio, not a 1 to 12,000 ratio. That's more expensive than a token. By EU standards, yes, but it was dollars, right? So it's based upon American token price. Anyway, where are we at? We were actually going to look at doing a restock with jewel crafting, because this could be an interesting one. For the reason that I've not done a restock on jewel crafting at all yet, ever, on this realm. So, let's see if it even works. Jewel crafting, restock, fingers crossed this works. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of gems. That's a lot of gear. There's a lot of rings, a lot of... Okay, I think it works. I think we're good. 38 minutes to craft it all. That's because of all of these hundreds of gems at the top here. Estimated cost 20,000 gold. Estimated profit 123,000 gold. Well, I like the sound of that. That's absolutely not true though. But either way. Gathering. Okay, we need a lot of stuff. Can confirm we need a lot of stuff. Luckily, we have lacerite ore for days. Let's be stealing some of this and getting some mass prospecting on the go. Checking my material stock levels. Still have 24,000 Sinvir on Tor and Millet. 3.3 gold a pop. It's not been below 10 gold for weeks now. I tell you what, we're now starting. It's now been a decent enough time since the bots got banned and the multi-boxing change came into play that we're now actually starting to see the repercussions of them not being here. So those that bought out the bots stock before they got banned are now sat in a good place for sure. Right, we've got 10 minutes of mass prospecting on the go apparently before we can get much further. That I didn't really account for. We're going to need some more materials though generally. We're going to need, what are we going to need? We're going to need... I need to work out a good spot to buy all of the vendor mats. We're Night Fae though, so surely everything is just sold outside. On top of the fact that I'm a goblin, so it's all cheap to begin with. This could work out wonderfully. Is this the right exit? I can never remember. No, wrong exit. This way. The other side. Yeah, I tell you, I can never remember where everything is. It's not like I've played Shadowlands for like 700 hours already. Like, finally got revered with all factions on my main. Yeah, I don't even think I'm revered with everybody yet. I'm lacking behind on the rep grind, that is for sure. Let's take a quick sneak. In fact, I need to get this mass prospecting on the go. Let's just get that done real quick. While we're doing that, that can churn away on those materials. That's going to take 10 minutes to finish. Let's get cancel scan on the go. Even look at this though. Even 151 shadow scale helm. How did I sell that for 1,500 gold? That is entirely because the price has been reset at some point. But this is why I don't craft things when they're only profitable. This is why I craft everything. Because it's meant that for 9 times out of 10, this is probably not profitable to craft and sell. But randomly, out of nowhere, something happened that meant that the market got reset. And the fact that my items were there, ready and waiting, meant that they sold. This is why, if you want to do crafting at scale, forget about profit. When crafting, just forget about profit. Craft everything. Have it pre-crafted. Have it ready. Because this happens all too frequently. And if you only craft things when they're profitable, you're missing out. Like, you're probably selling half as much as you could do. 699 of those hours at the auction house. Yeah. And what's even worse is 700 hours probably doesn't even scratch the surface. Let's look at it from the... How long has Shadowlands been out now? 8 months? What's that? 240 days? It's probably closer to 2,500 hours than it is 700 hours. I would imagine we're at least over 2,000 hours since Shadowlands. I do that for Legos only, craft 3 or 4 even if it's currently at a loss. That way when it ends up being profitable, I'll have them on the auction house instead of waiting until my next restock session. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. My Shadowlands auctioneer has 18 days played on my main realm. My auctioneer on Shadowlands had 18 days played by Christmas Day. Because that character was online literally 18 hours a day for the first month. But that's because I no-life this game pretty hard, let's be honest. It's kind of difficult to work out your actual overall playtime when you have multiple accounts as well. Because it often, you know, if you've got 3 accounts running, you know, you can't actually take into consideration what the playtime is very easily. Close to 2,000 hours total, but I only count my main account, yeah. Yeah, it scares me when I think about just how long I've played this game for, like, full stop. The numbers are probably ridiculous. They're not Asmongold level ridiculous, but they're not far off. No, I was assuming that was the mailbox. This is the mailbox. People think I'm crazy when they see my Steam play times. Yeah, my Factorio play time is pretty ridiculous considering I only play it for like a month every year. But during that month, I don't sleep. Some games. My highest time there is CSGO with like 1,000 hours. I think Factorio for me on Steam is 2,500, maybe 3,000 hours for Factorio. But yeah, I've got single WoW characters that racked up 10 times that amount. You get paid to play games? I mean, I don't in essence get paid to play games, but I do generate an income from playing games. Move the Hearthstone, it just takes up an item slot. That's true. I wonder what my slash played is whilst having a Tommy tank. 7 digits. 7 digits. 562 days played on my main account. You can use add-ons like Alcoholic, can't you, to work that out on an account level. 13,000 hours. Yeah, the numbers get scary. Saved instances, does it? I'd have to I mean, for mine to even get close to accurate, I'd have to log on to all my characters. And to be fair, like I said, it's not it's difficult to accurately get it, but it can't get the played at max level data, only manually. I think Alcoholic is probably the best one for that then, because it just knows the slash played, or at least it keeps track of the slash played. We can probably actually now, thinking about it, we can do more than just cancel scans on Legos. I've disabled cancel scans on most gear because I am only posting it for 12 hours and I'm now posting so much of it I just can't be arsed. But enchants we can do a cancel scan on for sure. That's actually worth our while doing. Ironically, most of the cancels are ones that I've undercut myself. To be fair, like, middle of the afternoon on a Thursday is probably not the time to be focusing on the auction house, but it's killing time while we do stuff in the background, which is good. We've still got a bunch of Leystrike to burn our way through. We've got ourselves a nice amount of gems. We're slowly building up a stock of essences. If memory serves me right, I think you need 750 of each essence to max out. Is it 750 of each? I think it's 750 of each essence to max out junk crafting. I want my Lego sheet. $750 of each and then 1,500 ingots, yeah. Now, I don't think we've got enough Leystrike to actually facilitate that. More importantly, I don't have enough liquid gold to buy the arboreal shards needed. So we'll probably get rank 1 hell out of the way. Because what's a rank 1 ring about? Ring and neck Legos. Rank 1 is, what are they, 10 of each, so we only need 150 of each essence so that we can get out of rank 1 hell and start, you know, just banging some of them out. Which we've probably got the ability to do now. $30k of arboreal shards, plus some other stuff. Yeah, we should be good. We should be good to get out of rank 1 hell. Start chipping away. 15 times 15 is what, 225? So we're going to need another 225 on top of that to get out of rank 2s. I think we should be good. We should be good. We've got loads of Leystrike ore still to churn through. 45,000 of it in total somewhere. Oh no, that's wrong. It's still claiming there's 15,000 on a bank character, which there isn't. That's gone. Rank 1 hell? No, rank 1 hell. The only time I consider power leveling is to power level past rank 1. You've got no other option but to craft 15 rank 1s to unlock rank 2, so you might as well just do it. But past that, I try not to power level. I just, you know, I recraft what I need to recraft. All of these gems as well will go nicely into a bunch of gear and restocking in general, which is good. I need to do some slightly better calculate. I think my jewel crafting rings and necks, I probably want to customize the auctioning operation for them a little bit more than just using like crafting price, because obviously there's a bit of wizardry to getting the essences that TSM won't account for. TSM will be like the default TSM price for an essence is probably not great. If we go into reports, materials, essence of summon, yeah, see the map price for these is all over the place. This is probably based on the fact that you can buy some of these. It's basing it off smart average buy or the average buy if you buy them, but of course I'm not buying them, so I don't have these figures. Then it's reverting to DB market price, which we don't want to use, crafting price, which we don't want to use, vendor buy, which we can't use, convert, which how is it getting a price for? Okay, the only thing here that is actually relevant then is DB market, because crafting doesn't exist, vendor buy doesn't exist, converting it from DB market doesn't exist. So we're going to have to do something with the map prices of the essences to get them truer to what we are actually paying for them, which is a percentage of the lay strike cost. So we need to know. That will also mean all our essences will be valued the same for us, because in theory, at least, it's not entirely accurate. But I mean, I've got 109 of the lowest essence and 123 of the highest one. So I mean, if you prospect enough, these numbers probably balance. Weirdly, right at the beginning of Shadowlands, it felt like there was a higher prospecting rate on certain essences, but I could never prospect enough to prove it. But if we look at the prospecting numbers, you can see how there was a slight difference between the prospecting results. But I've only got 19,000 lay strike worth of data here that's really old. What do you mean by blue ores? There isn't any blue. Well, the blue ore is a lithium ore. You mean blue in terms of its rarity or what? Green ores. Oh, well, with green ores only give you one type of essence. Like, you use the green ores to beeline. If you prospect Solanum ore, you only get Essence of Valor. If you prospect Oxane ore, you only get Essence of Servitude. I'm aware of that. I've prospected 1.8 million lay strikes. Should have kept the data on it. I think there's a 3% essence per ore rate on the there's a 3% essence per ore when you're prospecting lay strike. That's a number that I think is pretty accurate. So every time you prospect a piece of lay strike, there's a 3% chance you get an essence out of it. I think. I'm just trying to work out what I should be doing for my essence prices though. How I should be valuing them. Koya came up with a good solution to this. I just can't remember what it was. I found prospecting greens to be more profitable than lacerite since the necklace ones are basically worthless and the profit from the ring doesn't make up for it. Though of course this is server dependent. Yeah, it's all very much based on, you know, the price. Like, it's a balancing act on the prices. It's a real balancing act on the prices. Zone specific ores are a 6% over the 3%. Yeah, my prospecting data for the zone specific ores is basically non-existent. Based on 65,000 well, based on those numbers, then I'm willing to. I mean, my rudimentary data to begin with does lead to that. That it's I've had anywhere between 6.3% to 3.8% based on some very, very small sample sizes. So I'm willing to agree, yeah, that lacerite is a 3% chance per ore. And there's a 6% chance. So that basically means it means you can pay twice the price for the zone specific ore and still get the essences for the same price. So if your lacerite is 5 gold, you can pay 10 gold for your zone specific ore if you want to focus on any one specific essence more so than anything else. This is entirely based on the essences though. That is assuming that you basically consider your gems to be non-existent. 140k green prospected comes down to a 6% per ore. There we go. That's cool to know then. That's the numbers. That's the good numbers right there. So you can pay twice as much for your zone specific, or if you want to target a specific essence for any reason. Hang on, why is my doorbell going? Please hold. Are we good? There's probably somebody at the door. Fucking genius, man. Absolute genius. Give that man a smart hat. Jesus. He's got brains on him. Einstein is here, boys and girls. Bow down. We've got a genius in chat. Right. You asked the question? Yeah, I know. Okay, so yeah, those are the numbers that I like. That still doesn't leave me a smart way of calculating the essence prices as far as TSM is concerned. So, because these are dumb, having this is the default, which for essences is dumb because it doesn't apply to us in any way, shape, or form. Let's be real here, right? The only time I'm never going to buy essences. It's relatively safe to say that I'm never going to buy the essences. The only time I'll buy the essences is if they are significantly cheaper than what I can obtain them by prospecting. So we probably want to build that into the material price somewhere. But we don't want it to take preference. So this just is useless. We want to go by can we do 0.03 times the price of lacerite? 0.03 times the average or the smart average buy price of lacerite? That would work, wouldn't it? That sort of makes sense. So if we had 0.03 multiplied by lacerite, which is 3 gold 8, Oh, it would help if we put an equals in this. Multiplied by the cost of Leystrite. Would be 114. That's not right. What's going on here? Oh, I've got a food hangover. My brain doesn't work. Wouldn't it just be easier? I don't know. I just put static values on my ring essences. Yeah, I'm kind of starting to think that myself. Just the price of Leystrite divided by 0.03. Am I going to only ever use Leystrite though? That's the thing. Do I want to try and do something real smart where it takes in consideration the price of others? But then it also puts the requirement on me of actually doing it, which I'm probably not going to. So, I mean, we could do the price of Leystrite multiplied by 0.03, which will give, it's divided by, I know, relax. Which would give us an individual price for the essences. But that's an average price of the essences. What it doesn't take, what's then we're going to have to do something funky with the, we're going to have to do something funky with the operations on the rings and necks then. Get more coffee? Yeah, definitely need more coffee. If the regional ore becomes cheaper, just consider that you get yourself a bargain. It keeps the price unchanged though. That's probably smart. Like, defaulting to the most common method of acquisition is probably the wise way to do it, yeah. Now, 99 times out of 100, we're going to prospect Leystrite to get our essences. Alternatively, I might prospect Elithium, but the same scenario applies, right? If I get my Elithium for less than 10 times the price of Leystrite, it's just, you know, winner, winner, chicken dinner. Yeah, I think we're going to go with that. That seems to be about the most sensible way of doing it. So what we need to do is we're going to take the map price of item. What's the item ID for Leystrite? What is the item ID of Leystrite? Does it tell me in here? 171828. I'm going to divide that by 0.03. Why didn't it do anything? Please hold. Bumblebee, however, is if you use smart average buy. If the lacerite is expensive, you go to use a lithium, and that's still more expensive than the current smart average buy price. You could potentially be crafting at a loss. Bit of a nuance there. Yeah, you're right. Hang on, why is my map price for lacerite 7 gold 17? Okay, okay, yeah, that's fine, that works. So we need, but what we also need to do is make sure that our map price for lacerite is correct. So map price for lacerite ore is not 7 gold 17. It should be, why is it not 7 gold 17? It should be taking smart average buy price. Oh, it's taking the largest of all of these. Oh, no, 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 no. We don't want this shenanigans in there. You don't craft lacerite. You don't, I don't care about the DB market price. Vendor buy, okay, none of that matters. None of that matters. That's better. That will then give our essences more logic. Boom! Bingo! That's better. That's better. Now that means that we've got some sensible prices for our essences, which will dynamically adjust based on whatever we are paying for lacerite at the time. Cool. Now we can have, now that means that everything else should work Gucci, I think. If we look at now it's going to say that the crafting cost of this puppy, it still doesn't know obviously because it's broken right now. But that will make more sense. That will make a lot more sense now. We also then probably want to make sure that the price of our Shadowghast ingot is correct. Let's check what Shadowghast ingot is doing. That one usually works alright, but Shadowghast ingot 47.68 being based upon what will be, where's it getting that 40, where's it getting 47.68 from? It's getting that from the crafting cost. So it's taking into consideration the prices of the ores. Yeah, there we go, that's fine. That's fine. That one will do. That doesn't need to be customized. Cool. We're good. We're good. Now we can start making stuff. Now we can start making stuff. This dude needs some gold though. Like, there's no way I can buy a bunch of materials without any gold. Give me some gold. This dude. Let's just send over, I don't know, like 50k or something. In fact, I don't have that much. I'm not that flush. Hang on. 20,000 gold to this dude. Go. Bingo. Why have we got random gems kicking about? We recovered a lost item in the Twisting Nether and noted it was yours. Huh. Prospecting overflow to the mailbox. Didn't know that was a thing. Since when's that been a thing? Sure. Why is there a TLPD in WOD? Or a corpse of one? What the hell's a TLPD? Oh, time lost Proto Drake? Yeah, because it's lost. It's straight up lost. Hints in the name there, fella. It's lost. Which one of these is a jewel crafting supplier? Task list. Buy stuff. Wire on the cheap. Settings on the cheap. Okay, buy stuff. Bingo. Alright, let's get crafting these then. Go, go, go. Right, this first initial restock for jewel crafting is going to be gross, because for the most part it's just stocking up all of these clusters. Now, long term, obviously, we probably won't sell these clusters, but having them will be a nice stockpile for crafting everything else. Any tips on opening a second account for posting / cancel scanning? Not really tips, I'd say, but there are some simple things like, you know, if you're going to make a bank character, you might as well min-max it a little bit. Probably sensible if you play Horde to make that bank character a goblin. Just means if you need to go buy materials to do anything like I'm doing, like being a goblin is a bonus, full stop. RAF yourself, yeah, if you do the refer a friend thing, if you are literally just buying the account afresh, that's a smart way of doing it. The thing to note though nowadays is the refer a friend bonuses mostly only apply if you pay for game time with real money. Volpera for the auction house purposes, since you've got the 8 more bag slots, yeah, that's another one. Bonus applies with tokens. Didn't used to. Huh, fair enough. Maybe they went back on that one. I'm about 4 years past using refer. I've had 8 accounts on this Battle.net for so long that I can't even I can't even remember the last time I had refer a friend active. Yeah, Volpera or Goblin are good options for the character themselves. There's big goal making benefits to Volpera and Goblins. Outside of that, though, not really much. Don't make a level 1. That's all I'll say. Don't make a level 1. If you ever have any issues with losing, like, I don't know, you log out for 30 days or something and lose items in the mail, if it's a level 1, Blizzard can't help you. The character's got to at least be level 10 before Blizzard can actually track what's going on, apparently. So either making an allied race or level up a character to at least level 10 is sensible. How does the bank toon get the cost of stuff so it gets the logical prices? It's because Trade Skill Master shares all of the information across your different characters and different accounts. So if you buy something on one account, Trade Skill Master will update those buy or share those buy prices to other accounts as well. It's not perfect, but it for the most part works. What you do need to make sure you do though is actually connect your 2 accounts together, because it doesn't do it by default. If you go into the settings on TSM and scroll down on just the general settings, you've got this account syncing. You can connect your 2 accounts together. All the more important if you have multiple accounts on the go, like I do. to make sure that they're all connected together. So that all of the... You'll see here, if I hover over this to the right hand side, it's a bit hard to see because it's hidden by the bags. Hang on. You'll see when I hover over this, you've got inventory gold graph, profession info, and purchase/sales info is what it can trade from, or is the information it can share. Hang on, I should probably sit up in my chair. You can see like my forehead, that's it. Never copy data manually from the WTF to one account to another. If you do that, make sure you don't copy any TSM files. Yeah, you'll spam TSM up like beyond repair if you do that. Don't give toons the same name ever. Yes, that's a mistake that I've made in the past that causes problems. If you have characters with different names, even if they're on different realms, sometimes it causes problems. Make sure all your characters have different names. I'm wondering if I just should start making some of these bits of gear rather than churning through all of these. Optional reagent required, Crafter's Mark 1. Oh! It's not, okay. I need to make the intermediate stuff. That's fine. Trying to figure out how to log in a second account at the same time. In the Battle.net, you just once you've loaded one, you just load another one and click play again, and it'll open up the second account in a second instance. If you play NA and EU, don't play realms with the same name as the other region. That screwed up my numbers totally on a couple of realms. Oh, okay. Is there many cases like that where there's a realm name that's the same? I mean, obviously there is, but there's loads of duplicates. Oh, okay. I guess it's because the ones I only know obviously the big realms, which are mostly different. Or just don't use the same Battle.net for both NA and EU. Yeah, if I move over to the NA, I don't really have much choice in the matter. My Battle.net is full with 8 EU accounts, and I can't. I've even asked Blizzard, can I just delete a couple of these accounts, and they were like, no. So if I'm going to go over to the NA, it's going to be on a totally different Battle.net account. So that's by definition going to be totally starting afresh, which is going to be gross. You can delete accounts. I've put in tickets. I've deleted some starter ones. Yeah, but these aren't starter accounts. These are 8 fully paid for accounts. I've even put in a ticket for Blizzard with Blizzard, and they were like, no, we can't do it. Which is annoying, but what are you going to do? Who cares about NA? To be honest, the more I see how the NA works and acts, the more I just want to just jump in with both feet and just get going over there, because oh my days. Literally every time I compare something on the Undermine Journal and I do the comparison between EU realms and NA realms, I'm just like, why am I wasting my life on the EU realms? Why am I handicapping myself from the beginning? There's twice as many goblins on the EU. It's twice as difficult to make gold because of that. And your gold is worth half as much even when you do make it. You are like at a 4x disadvantage by trying to make gold in the EU before you even begin. And that's no shade to any of the big NA gold makers out there. But it's Oh my god, I can't help but feel that those guys have got a really big advantage over everybody else over there. See you at 3 AM or 4 AM. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the time difference thing could end up being a bit gross, but... On the drop down above the play button, it doesn't give me an option to open another instance like you have. I mean, just if you've only just bought the account, maybe you need to close your Battle.net launcher completely and just reload it up before it appears. But it should do. You're basically playing Goldmaking Mythic version. So, to be honest, that's a really good way to describe it. It kind of does feel like that a little bit. That you kind of, it's like you're playing this. It's like you're downing the same boss, but for some reason yours is more difficult to defeat. You forget just how much stuff you've got built up in the EU though. Starting from literal scratch takes at least a month to build up all the prerequisite stuff, and you'll miss the quality of life things. I mean, it's a fun challenge, but it's just a separate universe. It all felt a bit of a waste of time after a while unless you totally switch. That's interesting. I mean, I definitely get that, right? Since setting up an operation, a gold factory on Torin Mill, it's taken me a lot longer than I expected to get up and running. Even because what we have now is relatively simple, right? We've got 2 level 60 characters and 1 level 50 bankhold. That in essence is all we've done, like character wise. But achieving, like, which doesn't sound like a lot, right? But on a brand new server, like, yeah, I get it. Plus, I kind of threw myself in the deep end a bit. The fact that I'm now doing it on Horde, and I haven't played Horde for like literally since Mr. Pandaria. So I have no idea where half of the vendors are, or the flight paths are, or what the questing zones are, or anything. But yeah, not having your mounts, not having the allied races, for example. I had to go out of my way to unlock Vulpera. And that took me an afternoon, probably 2 afternoons, maybe a day or so of just unlocking Vulpera so I had the allied race to then level the bank tune. It seems silly. No heirlooms, no longboy. Shut up with that longboy rubbish. Who needs a longboy anyway? But yeah, no mounts, no heirlooms. Having to level through BFA. Let's not forget that one. You have no choice but to level through BFA the first time you do it. Not having flying in any of the past zones. FYI, you can't buy Blizzard Balance with gold cross-region for whatever reason. Yeah, I know you can't, yeah. What would you do with millions on NA if your raid times don't match and you get some 200 MS ping? Turn those millions into Battle.net balance and play Hearthstone for free. Play Call of Duty for free. Play the multitude of other Blizzard games for free. If you had a Longboy, do you think there's a better spot for auction house tuning than Pandaria? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The fact that you can park up next to basically any mailbox. All you need is a bank somewhere nearby. A bank and a mailbox and you're good. You're good. And the mailbox isn't really that crucial. Touring auction house in Orgrimmar with the Longboy. Yeah, that's a relatively popular spot for sure. Oh, okay, now we're banging out some crafter's marks. That will go towards making all this gear then. Why is it still saying it's going to take 34 minutes to do all this? I don't understand why it says it's going to take so long. Oh, it's 200 of each of these flipping gems. I forgot about these. Oops. Be a goblin and the bank is sorted too, so just a mailbox. I should probably be doing cancel scans while I'm pissing about with all of this, let's be honest. Have we sold anything? Some stuff. Bunch of drums. Bunch of there we go, look, 117s. We're finally selling some of them. Ceremonious shield. Item level 117. Cost 115 gold to craft it. Probably give or take. Sold it for 500 gold. GG. All counts. It all counts. I'm kind of worried though, you know. Now I've kind of got the gold factory set up on Turin Mill. I feel I'm going to get bored. That's what really worries me. I feel that I'll get bored. Because weirdly for me, half the fun is setting it up. Sounds odd, right? But half the fun is actually setting it up. Once it's just in autopilot, it's very, very easy to, you know, new server time, just rinse and repeat. Just do it again somewhere else, yeah. That's how I got myself on 20 realms, just by transferring pets. It gets really addictive. Yeah. It just comes out of mine. If that wasn't technically account sharing, yeah. Why does my TSM bank UI turn itself off all the time? You just bought you just bought your own auctions on another Battle.net account. Yeah, that's how Student sells all his transmog. Hey, Grimveiled Hood. We sold a legendary. We sold a legendary. Or to better quote, we gave away a legendary. Turnover's king though, right? It was funny when Magicus bought his auctions, made the meme alive. Yeah, it really did. Yeah, Magicus strolls up and buys all of Student's transmog. Now we know that the game is rigged, right? The game is rigged. Hang on, I can't hear anything going on in the background. Keep crafting, go, go, go. See, what makes me giggle, right, is that Student was able to get like a 2 to 3 million gold mailbox because Magicus came and bought him out. Anybody that was focused on legendaries pretty heavily at the beginning of Shadowlands had a 2 to 3 million gold mailbox every day anyway, like by default. That's how ridiculous the legendary market was at the beginning of this expansion. I genuinely don't think we'll see anything even remotely as ridiculous as that ever again. I said this a few times that like the legendary system was genuinely broken from a goblin perspective. Big cash flow, small profits. I don't think people making 10 million gold a month is small profits though. Let's be honest. Even on a medium population server like Sylvanas, we were doing 10 million a month profit. On the really big realms, Look at Hickons, look at Dirty Irby on the really big realms. Now I know they're both NA players and so the game is rigged in their favour to begin with. But Dirty Irby went from 26 million to 160 million in like 6 months. I mean, that is 160 million profit means that must have been like over $1 billion in revenue. To be fair, it probably wasn't. It was probably like 500-600 million in revenue because of the like 30 to 35% profit on everything. But even still, like, mental, right? That situation is just not... I don't think it's ever been as ridiculous as that before. Got into the Lego market at Christmas, made 150 million in 3 months because of the UK lockdown. Shit was broken AF. Yeah. Can't imagine what I would have done if I got into it from the beginning. I can't even begin to think how... I mean, I made 20 million really quickly, really easily, with virtually no effort whatsoever at the beginning of Shadowlands. But that was from starting with 1.4 million. Like, I was liquid gold bottlenecked for over a month. That I like literally, I was waiting for the hour to pass to get the sales back to spend the gold again. And I was in that situation for ages. If I had 10 million gold going into it, instead of making 20 million in a couple of months, I'd have probably made 60 million if I didn't have the if I wasn't bottlenecked by my own liquid gold situation. That's like, you look at Dirty Irby, right? He went from 20, he walked into Shadowlands richer than most people are now. He walked into Shadowlands with 26 million. He was able to spend super heavy. He was spending like 10 million gold a day on materials. And he was then able to obviously get everything ranked up, get his inventory paid for, and then it was just to the moon with profits because he did it quickly. And you know what's really scary is I think Dirty Irby did it slowly as well. He was doing it on a week by week basis. He had the liquid gold to get rank 4s in everything in like a few days. But he took, and that was with him taking it slowly. Can you imagine the gold that he could have made if he just powered rank 4s from day one? Filthy. When I started and worked on the first Legos, I was making 300 to 500,000 gold an hour just by cancel scanning rank 1s and rank 2s. Yeah, it was mental. Absolutely ludicrous. It was Dark Moon, it was like first week expansion Dark Moon deck madness. But it went on for 8 weeks. Plus. And never really stopped. Dark Moon deck madness usually lasts about a week. And you can make 10 million gold in about a week. But that Dark Moon deck madness continued for months. It was a bit crazy. Very, very crazy. Right, 11 more Crafter's Marks, and then we can chunk away at this gear and get this listed and sold as well. Servers, there's not a command for servers, but I primarily play on 2 servers. I play on Sylvanas and I play on Torin Mill. Are you happy with the new groups yet? Yeah, pretty much. I'm pretty, for the professions that I actually have access to right now, I'm happy with the groups. I've not done Inscription, Alchemy, Engineering. I think that's it. But the others I've got up and running nicely now. The Lego system boosted the trading card game items like the Swift Spectral Tiger up crazily, up from 30 million to 100 million to over 150 million. Yeah. Well, those that have the Swift Spectral Tiger, for the most part, they know it's a seller's market, right? They know that if somebody is out there that wants it, then they either pay the price or they don't get it. Which is hence why the price of those things went up like crazy. Sharing is caring. Operations incoming. Well, as you guys have seen today, the operations aren't ludicrous, but I am starting to get to the stage where there's enough people that want them. So you know, maybe I should dish them out. Oh, hang on, we're going to run out of space. We're going to run out of space. Groups. Jewel crafting. Not all of jewel crafting, though. Just the necks and the rings. Necks and rings, go. Oh no, they're being sent to the wrong character. Why are they being sent to No Long Boy? Please stop. That's the wrong character. Groups. Where's that boo-boo come from? Ah, there. Okay. That needs to now be somebody else. Oops. This is why I don't particularly like mailing operations. If something goes wrong, it tends to go wrong in a big way. Okay. Annoyingly now, I'm going to have to log on to that. I'm going to do that now before I forget. Otherwise, I never will. That character is on a different account that's not even logged in. Oh, gross. All the grossness. Mailing operations are so useful to send out mats to all the crafters and enchanters. You're right, they are. But if you ever want to change something, yeah, it's entirely user error. They are handy, I can't deny. Mailing groups are very handy. But at the same time, they annoy the living crap out of me because I do silly things. Sometimes it's safer to not put yourself in a position to do a silly thing. This is why I stay out of the casino. It was all fine for me until I character transferred, and now I just keep a placeholder character to hold those mats because I'm too lazy to fix the operation. That's funny. Can I just return to sender on all of these? Is the return, there we go. Log out. This account is now solely 100% for the purpose of selling stuff on Sylvanas. How much gold do you have on your account? It's hard to say. I don't really keep track of it too well. Somewhere between 15 to 20 mil. I'm not sure the exact number right now. Plus it's kind of distributed all over the place. Right, let's try that again then, shall we? Let's get these to the right character. Groups, rings and necks. Let's do a sort actually before we send it so it doesn't crap out on us. Boom, there we go. Now they're sent to the right character. Much better. Right, now we can keep going. This initial crafting session is going to be the most painful one, simply because, you know, it's the initial stocking. Like crafting, I think the operations are set up to craft 8 of every single 168 item, and it's also set to craft 3 of basically everything else, which is why, or the 3 of everything else is based on profit margins. So if it's not profitable, it won't craft them. But the 168s, I just craft them regardless. But the profit margin's like super slim either way. And I'm almost tempted to just for the first one, just like I said, just craft everything and then sell it profitably. But I'm slightly bottlenecked by just straight up gold at the moment, so 8, that's optimistic. They'll be useless come 9.1. I craft 8 and I have to restock every single day on 168s. On Tour and Mill, I'm still selling 168 gear all day long. To the point where I actually almost consider cancel scanning on it because I see incredible results by doing it. I can craft 8 in the morning and they can easily have sold out by the evening, so. But no, I get it. To add to that just a little bit though, in terms of patch 9.1, they'll be worth less. They won't be useless. They'll be worth less. Because the crafting cost of the Crafter's Mark III will for sure mean that the 200 item level gear is more expensive. And, you know, some people are on a budget. Your Crafter's Mark, your 168 gear will be cheaper than your item level 200 crafted gear. So, you know, there'll still be something for everybody. But I do get it. I do get it. They'll be worth less, that's true. Lots of people are getting alts ready for 9.1. Nothing else to do. It's true. It's true. People are leveling their alts because, you know, what the hell else have you got to do at the moment? Not a huge amount. Very true. Why are we crafting all of these? I was meant to be crafting the gear. Hopefully we can, once all of this is just on the auction house and it's kind of ticking over nicely, we can extract any of the profit from all of this gear, which you don't sell a lot of it, but when you do sell it, it's always really profitable. Oh, we sold a rank 4 Umberhide Gauntlets. Go on, get me. For example here, 168 bit of gear, Shadow Steel Breastplate, sold it for £1,000, 1,000 gold. In fairness, it says that one cost us a fair amount. Why is it saying that costs so much? Oh, because there's 12... Oh my god, there's 12 Shadowgast ingots that goes into one of those. Alright, well, okay, that one wasn't quite as profitable, but it still was. Shadebound Arm Guards, 168. 200 gold to craft it, sold it for 800. Most of the time, this gear that we sell is really profitable. But we could do with a few more sets of Umberhide Gauntlets selling, that's true. 20k to craft them. 20k to craft them, sold them for 38. Yes, please. See, that's the thing with legendaries, right? It's you can spend all day getting hundreds of these little sales, but you get that one good legendary sale, and it's just it's so crazy. And then when you've unlocked all of the legendaries, and you're not only getting just one of these good sales, you're getting tens, if not hundreds of these sales every day. It snowballs out of control. It's what I love about the legendary market. It's cost prohibitive to get into it, but if you can power through, it's so shiny at the end. Rank 4 rings, man. Yeah, rank 4 rings. Rank 4 rings are going to be a good one, if they're not already. I need to clean the inventory on this character. It's got a lot of trash that's just taking up space. Next are going to be crazy too, just buying up the cheap essences. I think jewel crafting is going to boom. People stocking up on cheap ore and essences. People who, took the advice of buying all of this botted out ore. Yeah, the people are going to make an absolute fortune off jewel crafting, I think. Because not only is jewel crafting is a little bit more complex because you've got the essences to deal with. Because of course you could just go to the auction house and buy the essences and craft the items and still probably sell them at a profit. But if you work out the essence system and you work out your prospecting numbers and stuff, oh boy, can you squeeze a lot of profit out of the jewel crafting stuff. Before, at the very start of Shadowlands, I was going to heavily focus on jewel crafting. But I made a crucial mistake at the beginning of Shadowlands with jewel crafting. I stocked up really heavily on essences when Leystrite had a floor price of 8 gold a piece. So what then very quickly happened was when they nerfed the vendor shuffle for Leystrite, and Leystrite floor price dropped from 8 gold to like 4 gold, 3 gold 80 or something, whatever it is now. It meant that I all of a sudden overnight had massively overpaid for all of my essences, and that fucked me really hard. But at a time when I was still trying to level up my legendaries and I had all of these essences that were worth twice as much to what they were now worth, I got screwed by that really hard, which gave me a bad taste for jewel crafting for a little while. So I turned my focus to other professions, and it was all gravy eventually. But luckily, I had that one. I still draw back to it. I had that one lucky sale of a rank 4 ring at 400 gold, 400,000 gold, that basically covered the cost of most of my essences being overpriced. Got to cut the cord, price your overpriced stuff to current market value and eat the loss. Well, that's what I did. That's what I did, basically. Want to interview the guy that bought that? Yeah, true. Okay, this little recraft is going to take a fair amount of time, I think. Let's post the new stuff that we've crafted, and then other. Did you look at their name? Was it somebody from a top guild or just a random? I didn't stalk them. No. I usually stalk my buyers like that. No, I didn't. No. I did work out who it was that bought it, and I tracked them, and the reason I did it was because it was a ludicrous sale to make, and then a random one appeared on the auction house like 10 minutes later, and I was like, well, unless somebody's just leveled up jewel crafting, it's too much of a coincidence that another rank 4 turned up, and yeah, it was the same dude that bought it, then tried to sell it straight back on the auction house. So I did feel a bit bad for the guy, but hey, sometimes you got to take responsibility for your boo-boos. Item level 87 rings, nobody listing them. Sure. Nobody's posting 87 rings on Torren Mill. Why would you post 87 rings? The 100 rings are level 50. Because they'll sell. People will buy them because they're blue. Never underestimate the reason why somebody will buy something. Trust me. I mean, the entire transmog market is based on that fact. I'm almost certain of it. That the entire transmog market is based on the fact that, you know, people buy stuff that for virtually no reason whatsoever. Just because it's got a slightly different colour to something else. Never underestimate people's ability to buy stuff for no reason. That somebody will go to the auction house, they'll see this one that's rare, that's a few hundred gold more, and they'll buy it because it's rare. It seems totally illogical to the educated goblin out there, but finally I get to catch a stream of the Goldmaking Goat. Love your content. Thank you for everything you do for the community. Hey, you're very welcome. You have coincidentally caught me right at the very end of the stream though. I'm literally doing this one last post scan and then we are donezo for the day, because we've been we've put in some long streams this week. We've put in some very long streams this week. And I've got some YouTube content to be working on, so let's get these up on the AH. Go, go, go. Off they pop. Off they pop. Right. Yes. With that said, boys and girls, I am going to love you and leave you for today. Thank you very much once again, everybody, for joining. The support recently has been incredible. Thank you very much. I highly appreciate it. With it being Thursday, it means tomorrow, Friday. We often spend Friday, finish out the week on the. We often spend it on the PTR. We may do the same again tomorrow. We'll have to see how it goes. You never know. I might get into. I might want to do some auction house PvP. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, boys and girls. Happy goal making. Enjoy. Maybe get out in the sun if you can. Obviously, do it, you know, socially distanced and whatever. Thank you for the food stream. Yes, we did nom on some sushi for 20 minutes. Appreciate those who sat through that weird escapade, but sure. But anyway, we'll be back tomorrow. I'll use the last 30 seconds just to plug the Discord real quick. If you're not already, jump over to the Discord. The link is down below. There are some cheeky little bonuses there for people. Things like the cheat sheet is permanently linked in the Discord. If you happen to be a Twitch sub or a YouTube member or a Patreon supporter, there is private chat channels in the Discord as well, where all the juiciest of juicy goal making goes on. But yeah, the cheat sheet is there. The TSM groups, for reference, I'm going to be updating these TSM groups within the next day or so with TSM 4.11 versions. I might duplicate them so that it doesn't, you know, screw people over that don't have 4.11 yet. So, but yes, there's plenty of reasons to jump in the Discord if you're not already, boys and girls. Not only that, but there's links to other popular content creators. You can see if any of those are online at the time and what's going on in the community as a general. But yes, boys and girls, enjoy the rest of your day. I'm off. I will catch you all tomorrow. Peace.